is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.
Welcome to day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit. I'm Julia Balaz, your host, the summit facilitator, and I am loving the feedback and beautiful comments that we are receiving over the last 3 days after incredible presentations shared by different speakers. The topics that are waiting for you today are activating 12-strand DNA for starseeds with the help of Reiki 2.0, presented by Patrizia Trotta. Path of a Galactic Priestess, Stars as a Ritual, by Valeria, Vega, Bustos. Mapping your human experience within the larger multidimensional soul blueprint will be presented by Amelia Lang. Chiron and the Stars, Keys and Generational Themes for Soul Evolution, presented by Tara Sumati. Animals as Part of Our Soul Family, by Carla Cosentino. And the last topic of today will be Systemic Constellation Journey by Simone Ariel. Some of the speakers are presenting live, and few sent their pre-recorded video files. We were testing our internet connections a few weeks ago, and those that were a little bit iffy, we wanted to make sure that you can enjoy a high standard of streaming. So if you will notice that there is a speaker that is directly answering your questions while they're also talking on screen presenting, it means their presentation was pre-recorded. So throughout each presentation, if you'll have a question about anything related to the topic, feel free to type your question in the comments, starting with all in capital question, speaker name, and then ask your question. This will help us not to overlook your questions in the sea of comments. And in case you're watching this in replay, feel free to reach out to these wonderful speakers directly on their own channels. When you go to my website, juliabalaz.com, click on the Practitioners tab, you'll find every speaker of the summit there, including their contact details, their social media links, their emails. So I would love for you to connect and even book one-on-one session. If there is someone you deeply resonate with, there is likely something in their soul blueprint that is in deep resonance with your own soul blueprint. So their journey may be very beneficial. Their wisdom may be very beneficial and highly activating for your path ahead. So do pay attention to those little clues that you're receiving physically. Your body knows. Body is so attuned to highest truth of your being. So if you have these tingles or heart opening expansion during any of the speakers' presentation, pay attention, because that's your soul telling you, look this way, there is more here for you. If you need to take a little break, feel free to. You can pause and return to where you left off, or you can watch the replay that you will have automatically access to if you're a pre-registered guest. Link for replay video files will be sent to you every day after the show. You'll be able to enjoy that with our compliments for 7 days after the streaming, and after that there'll be an option to purchase the files at a small fee so you can then enjoy them indefinitely. Thank you so much for all your contributions. Thank you for being here. Thank you for answering your call to learn and grow and expand with us. And by all means, you're most welcome to interact with us in the comment section. Share your stories, share your journey with Galactic Astrology. Is there any particular star that you feel deep connection to? Anything and everything in relation to quantum soul guidance, Galactic Astrology. This is a safe place where we can share and validate each other's stories, celebrate each other's growth, and remembering of our connection to stars while we are here to support our beautiful Mother Earth in her ascension process. This is a collective mission, and I'm deeply honored to share this journey with you. Get your notepads ready, sit back, and enjoy the show. Let's welcome speaker number 1 of day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, Patrizia Trotta. Her topic is on activating 12-strand DNA for starseeds with the help of Reiki 2.0. Patrizia Trotta is a researcher, doctor of philosophy with focus on education. She's a psychologist, a writer, an educator, an astrologer, a Reiki 2.0 healer, and an intuitive consultant. She specializes in 3-level archetypal astrology readings using tropical, draconic, and galactic astrology to offer practical information on one's talents and soul plan. She has been an archetypal astrologer for over 40 years and obtained her Quantum Soul Guidance certificate in November 2022. Patrizia today will talk about futuristic form of Reiki that bypasses the need for traditional Reiki symbols. She will introduce a safe and free activation method which will bypass the need for a Reiki master. She will lead a collective Reiki healing today and DNA activation session, making this an experiential presentation session. Patrizia's presentation is pre-recorded, so she's available to answer any questions in the comments directly, even while her video is playing. So feel free to share your feedback, ask questions, and enjoy the experience. Welcome, Patrizia. Thank you for this gift.
Hello and welcome to this magical mystery tour. This is about Reiki 2.0, which is going to be used to help activate and awaken the new human's 12-strand DNA. At least this is my intention, and this is the intention, I am told, by all the intelligences behind this project. So let's begin and let's have some fun. Before we proceed, I'm just going to introduce myself rather briefly and tell you who I am and what I do. I am a researcher with a PhD in transpersonal education. I'm a writer, an educator, an astrologer, and an intuitive consultant. I offer 3-level archetypal astrology readings using tropical, draconic, and galactic astrology, which offer information on one's soul plan and provide practical guidance. I'm also a vibrational healer specializing in traditional and futuristic forms of Reiki, which I'm here grouping under the name of Reiki 2.0. Last but not least, I would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have in the upcoming group Q&A call. Reiki 2.0, let the magic begin. Confession time. My relationship with Reiki started off on the wrong foot, to say the least. Let's just say that I have been hearing one person too many claim specialness and exclusivity with regards to being able to access this special Reiki energy, theoretically only available to those who had been initiated by a Reiki master, and so on and so forth. Actually, as things stand, nothing could be further from the truth, as I was able to find out a few months ago, thanks to the work of pioneering Reiki master and teacher Brett Bevel. Bless him. What happened in the last century was that Reiki was passed on secretly, and the associated symbols learned at a considerable cost from a Reiki master had to be burnt once written and learned, plus all kinds of unnecessary secrecy drama, really. Reiki, however, is a free divine energy available to all, as all are a part of creation. In fact, being initiated can easily be done at a distance nowadays, and there are links to do so for free in my article on the blog and on the Reiki page on galacticnews.blog. Above all, thanks to a few courageous people, Brett Bevel included, Reiki has now finally been brought not only into the new century, but decidedly into the new millennium. Let's have a look what Reiki is for. Reiki 2.0 is futuristic, it is quantum as it goes backwards and forwards in time, and it can easily teach us about practical magic once we learn to let go of our inherited limitations. Reiki 2.0 is not only about healing and self-healing, it is about a path to enlightenment. It is actually a very efficient and effective way of bringing so-called divine energies into every part of the day in everyday life. For example, you can send Reiki to past and even to future traumas. for example, to your own death or the death of your beloved pet, or the death of a parent or somebody dear to your heart. You can send Reiki to situations, to contracts, to anything in your current, future, past, or even parallel lives. You can send Reiki to the body and to food, and you can actually also use it for healing and for activations too, yes indeed. Here, it can be used to gently develop and reawaken all those abilities inherent in being alive in a human body, which have been dormant for ages. That's great. And now on to 12-strand DNA for Homo galacticus. I read about our human 12-strand DNA in the early 1990s via Barbara Masiniak's channeled book, Bringers of the Dawn, which I still recommend to this day. It's a great book. Then much later, in 2010, Chiron, via Lee Carroll, provided a bridge between the rigorous scientific world of DNA and the intuitive, unprovable world of inner visions of DNA in his 12th book, The 12 Layers of DNA. Interestingly, the information offered by Lee Carroll in this esoteric book is a type of advanced hermetic information put in terms that, unlike much of the coded mystery school traditions, can actually be understood. Yet, the book clearly states that much of what is being described may never be provable with physical scientific instruments, but it may allow the ability to peer deeper into the core of DNA and see if it is willing to reveal any answers not before seen. The observation that 96-97% of the human genome is felt to be non-coding junk indicates that there are more layers of mysteries to unravel in our understanding of DNA. The 12-strand portrait is quantum, a word seen by Chiron as interchangeable with multidimensional. So should our DNA layers be seen as multidimensional. In fact, in the book, there are several explanations of the so-called junk DNA being the real energy of our spirituality. Right, let's have a look at what Chiron has to say about DNA in general. Just a few snippets, really, because the book is really long and we can't summarize the whole book here. Chiron says that DNA is the crossroads between God and man, and it vibrates with the essence of the truth of the universe. DNA contains the creator energy, and that of all your lifetimes. It's a place where physics meets spirituality, and a place where complete peace and solace of consciousness are achieved. Although it exists in 3D, it is one of the only structures that is mostly multidimensional, but hiding within a 3D chemical shell. The DNA becomes a portal of connection with spirit itself, and is never without this connection, never. Now, can you imagine what it carries with it in order for it to create the mastery that is available to you? That's interesting, isn't it? But the plot thickens, because according to Chiron, there is a connection between our DNA and the Pleiades. Let's read on. Chiron started in about 1990 or so, telling us about the seeding of human DNA, with spiritual attributes from afar. It's the story of the Pleiadian connection and the beginning of Lemuria. Chiron's statement is this: don't go back in history any further than 100,000 years to find humans who are like you. Anthropologists tell us that humans were in development long before that. So what's Chiron talking about? It's about an extremely controversial premise that has our human DNA being changed by those from another star system about 100,000 years ago. Actually, ancient indigenous lore passed on from generation to generation says the same, so it is nothing new really. In November of 1998, Chiron channeled that from about 100,000 years ago to about 50,000 years ago, the many kinds of humans existing on Earth began to slowly diminish. One kind had been given the DNA change by the Pleiadians, and this one kind had slowly replaced all the other kinds. Now, this might be due to intelligence or increased comprehension. It might have been that the one kind was better at survival. Interestingly, a drawing of several kinds of human beings can be found on the cover of Scientific American of January 2000. The title of the article inside was, "Our species had at least 15 cousins. Only we remain. Why?" You can actually find a copy of the cover of this magazine in Chiron's book number 8 on page 369. It will be interesting to see what the Pleiadians had to say in Bringers of the Dawn in 1992. Our ancestors were some of the original planners of Earth, orchestrators who seeded worlds and civilizations with creativity and love. Our ancestors gave their DNA to the original planners. The original human was a magnificent being with tremendous abilities, whose 12 strands of DNA were contributed by a variety of sentient civilizations. The original biogenetic example of the human was given incredible information, was interdimensional, and could do many things. But this is a free will zone where everything is allowed, so later on, certain creator gods won the territory and raided Earth approximately 300,000 years ago. When the new owners came in, they created versions of humans with a different DNA, the two-stranded double helix DNA, in order to easily control them, or at least more easily anyway. These magnificent creator gods are described as human reptilian by the Pleiadians, and they call them the Lizzies. You have come to Earth at a place and time when evolution is at hand. A major leap is about to take place that you came to participate in, and you are not alone. For many energies are coming to Earth now to participate in this great, magnificent project. One of the most exciting aspects about being on Earth right now is that there is a reordering or a retooling taking place in your DNA. Cosmic rays are coming onto the planet so that a change is being broadcast and a reordering is taking place inside the human body. The DNA, in a nutshell, is evolving. Your DNA will evolve from 2 helixes to 12 helixes. These 12 helixes correspond to energy centers or chakras inside and outside of your body. Millions of you on the planet at this time are on assignment, and you have agreed to carry the frequency to accomplish this. This is the evolution of superconsciousness, the evolution into the highest aspect of your being. You do not need to worry about becoming this being, for you already are this being, and you just need to remember it. Now, may I suggest that Reiki might just help this process? Let me add. But there is more than that our Pleiadians, our cousins, want to add. The book is long, so we'll just again see a few snippets. DNA is a living history of truth and life. DNA holds the code, the Pleiadians say. It holds the blueprint of identity, the plan for existence, the history of the universe, and the history of life in this particular place. And it is stored within the cells of humans. What the scientists call junk DNA has been dormant in your body for a long time, and it is now becoming activated. While scientists are calling junk, houses the perceptions deep inside of your body that will allow you to become an entire perceiver, a fourth dimensional being. This awakening DNA will allow you to change your eyesight, change your hearing, increase your lifespan, and so on. This dormant part of the DNA that has baffled the scientists is now coming to life. During the course of the Earth's history, there have been many different species who have lived here. You have convinced yourself that humanity is native to this planet. No, no, no. Human beings were put here. As a species, you are currently being biogenetically altered by the beings who created you and who redesign your DNA at periodic junctures in your history. This time period was designed by the original creator gods or project designers for them to come back and take over this place and return it to its original plan. Earth was originally designed as an intergalactic exchange center of information, a living library. The original planners are not about to lose the territory. Millions have been called to participate. The original planners are after much more than this particular zone here. They are after a shift in the universal DNA. They want the entire universe to orchestrate a new symphony in consciousness. They are not only after the re-establishment of frequency availability on Earth. That sounds grand, doesn't it? In the recording of a Reiki session I'm offering, I am addressing the changes in the DNA, as well as sending Reiki to the body, to the meridians, and the acupuncture points, and the body, every single organ in the body, and the food, and everything else. But can I provide guarantees that the recording and Reiki session will awaken all Starseeds DNA? Of course not. But having said that, I do know that Mikao Usui himself, the father of Reiki, is behind the recorded session and behind any healing made freely available on my website. In fact, when he showed up as one of my guides in my Reiki adventure, initially I could only figure out that he looked familiar, as he presented himself in an older version than the pictures of him I had previously seen. You could have knocked me with a feather when I finally realized I was looking at Usui himself in my meditation. An honor that was just about the last thing on my mind. I wasn't even thinking of him. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't even wishing for it. Thus, I know that Reiki 2.0 is most certainly in more capable hands than mine, and so it should be. I am only a human facilitator, no more and no less. Plenty more guides are powering this experience, and any decision about one's activation is in the hands of each individual soul that decides to use the Reiki recording at disposal. Thank you for your attention. Here begins the experiential part of the presentation. My guides highlighted the fact that this presentation needed to have a substantial part that was going to be experiential, and so they're taking over now. I hope you enjoyed the highly abbreviated version of part of the story of what seems to have happened to human beings on Earth and our DNA in the past few millennia. Can I prove it? Again, of course not. But something feels right in the whole story here, and Reiki cannot certainly harm you in any case. It can only do good. So now, without further ado, I suggest we proceed with our Reiki 2.0 session, which I suggest you listen to in a relaxed position and with your eyes closed. Let's take a deep breath and let's begin. Welcome to your Reiki Day, the session designed to bring universal energy into your body, mind, and spirit, as well as into your food, your drink, and to every interaction you have. For receiving the Reiki, it is advised that you either lie down or are seated in a nice, comfortable position. And I'm beginning by sending Reiki to your nervous system. This beautiful light, universal life force energy flowing into your brain and nervous system. And I am inviting now this light to flow into your respiratory system, into your lungs, your nasal passages, all airways in your body receiving Reiki now. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into your digestive system, into your stomach, your intestines, all aspects of your digestive system receiving Reiki now, addressing also any allergic reactions to certain foods and bringing healing and the right balance to them. The wonderful Reiki energy goes now to the liver and the kidneys, very important organs in the body. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into your muscular system, into all the muscles, all the ligaments, all the tendons of your body, all receiving Reiki now. Sending Reiki now to your reproductive system, to every organ and tissue there, thus keeping the body strong and perfectly healthy. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into your lymphatic system, into all the lymph nodes, all the lymph fluids of your body, all receiving Reiki now. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into your circulatory system, into your heart, your veins, arteries, capillaries, all aspects of your circulatory system receiving Reiki now, including the blood that flows through your system. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into your skeletal system, all aspects of your skeletal system, all the bones, all the cartilage, all the vertebrae of your spine, all receiving Reiki now. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow out into your eyes, mouth, throat, ears, and all of your major and minor glands and all of your major and minor organs, just to cover anything I may have left out. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into all of your chakras, just to clear them of any psychic or energetic debris that is not serving your highest good. And from here, inviting Reiki also to flow into all of your meridians, just to clear them of any psychic or energetic debris that is not serving your highest good. And from here, inviting Reiki also to flow into your DNA, activating all the original 12 filaments, which are responsible for the development and awakening of your full human potential, so that superpowers can get gently activating within you and incorporated into all of your senses in your everyday life. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow out into your mental body, that energetic layer of the aura where your thought conditioning and mental patterns are held. Bring in this beautiful Reiki light into that aspect of your being, just to release any thought forms that are not serving your highest good. And inviting Reiki now to flow into your emotional body, that energetic layer of the aura where your emotional conditioning is held, just to bring a sense of serenity and peace to the emotional body. And from here, inviting Reiki to flow into your karmic body, that energetic aspect of your being where your karmic conditioning is held, the patterns that sometimes keep us stuck from past lives or earlier conditioning from this life. So bringing the beautiful light of Reiki into the karmic body to help release whatever conditioning is ready to be released in this moment. And just keep breathing, just keep allowing this energy to move through you. And from here, inviting Reiki now to manifest what I call a Reiki sphere of divine grace, which, if you could see it, would be like a huge bubble or a huge egg filled with the light of Reiki, totally around you on all levels, so that only the highest and purest energies reach you and you're fully protected at all times. Beautiful. And from here, inviting the Reiki to bring you into a Reiki meditation for deep stillness and inner peace. And also inviting the Reiki power to bring the cellular consciousness in each cell of your body into a Reiki meditation for self-love. Beautiful. Just feel yourself merging with and absorbing that vibration of self-love at the cellular level. And from here, I am inviting the Reiki power to create a portal 6 inches above your crown chakra, connecting you to the Reiki temple of divine light, inviting the Reiki of the wonderful healing colors green and blue to be sent to each and every cell of your body and every organ of your being, to take care also of any conditions that need to find balance within you. And I am inviting now to the Reiki power to also create Reiki lasers from each and every bone in your body to each and every other bone in your body, from your day of birth until now, creating a beautiful web of intense Reiki light inside of your physical self. And from here, I am sending Reiki to clear your gates of consciousness, which are 2 important acupressure points at the base of the skull, top of the neck. They are areas where other people's energy can often attach to us, while also inviting Reiki of the color blue to be sent to all layers of your aura. And as this energy unfolds with you, I am now going to send this beautiful Reiki energy into your day, as you are still receiving energy in all these different layers of your being, both on a physical and energetic level. So now inviting Reiki to flow out into your day, into all aspects of your day, whether it's at work, at home, in the office place, or driving to and from work, or wherever your day might carry you. Sending Reiki out into your day, into the space between you and all that you will interact with on this day. Sending Reiki directly into the workplace, however that may manifest for you, even if work means being at home and doing work around the house, or studying and writing, so that those two might be inspired. Sending Reiki now as well into every breath you're taking today, purifying the air that is flowing into your lungs. Sending Reiki now to each breath and literally inviting the Reiki power to attune each breath that you're taking today to the energy of Reiki, so that that beautiful energy becomes part of you as you breathe it in. And inviting it now to also attune each drink that you will take today, whether it's a glass of water, a cup of tea, whatever it might be, attuning all that water you will be drinking to the Reiki of energy, to the energy of Reiki, so that you are literally consuming this life force energy with every drink that you take. And inviting the Reiki power now to also attune and empower all the food that you're going to eat today to the energy of Reiki, so that you are literally eating Reiki as you eat your meals today, bringing that beautiful vibration into each morsel of food that enters your mouth on this day. And just keep being aware that as we're doing this, as we're moving through this, the energy is also still flowing to each organ and organ system of your body, each layer of your aura, each of your chakras, all of your meridians, your DNA, your cells, all receiving Reiki now. And from here also inviting Reiki to manifest a portal directly above you right now as you are listening to this, 6 inches above your crown chakra, to whatever healing aspect of the divine would be most important for you in this moment. And as that divine and cosmic energy flows in through your crown, it's adding to the power and amplifying the healing presence of this Reiki energy. Just let that move with you and through you. And inviting Reiki power now to actually attune your entire day to the energy of Reiki, for things to flow smoothly, easily, and in perfect harmony with your highest good on this day. Sending Reiki also to your sleep to improve its quality so that you can rest peacefully and recharge your energies after communing with your oversoul as you peacefully sleep. Note that this treatment is for today only, just for today, but if you want to receive it again, you can listen to it again tomorrow. And from here, so that you're ready to go back to a normal waking consciousness, let me invite Reiki to shift all the different lines of light that it has been sending to now be for the most gentle and most perfect form of integration for you, now, on this day, in this moment. And now, as this occurs, you may feel the energy become just a little more heavy and dense, a little more earthy, because it is reminding you that even though you're a spirit, a soul, a being of light, that you do exist in the world of form, you do have a body, and it's important to remember that we are beings that exist in the physical realm. So as that energy is working to remind you that you live and express yourself in this world of form, you may feel just a little more dense, a little more earthy. And as that energy comes to a place of fullness and fruition, at this point, I just want to thank you for allowing me to bring Reiki into your day, into every aspect of your day. And I would like to thank you for the ability to let me serve you in this way. And also give a little thanks to Dr. Usui, the founder of Reiki, who has brought us this beautiful energetic gift, and to all the beings that helped us receive Reiki today. Now allow yourself to come back to the present moment, back in the room where you are, back into your body, fully grounded. So again, I want to thank you for filling your day with Reiki and allowing me the opportunity to be of service to you. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Patrizia. I love that perspective, and welcome live to the stage. We have about 10 minutes left, so I'm so glad that we have this opportunity to bring you up front, and we'll just share some of the wonderful comments here from the audience. We love the new perspective. Is there any?
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anything that you would like to add or share anything else with us on the topic?
I would be curious if anybody wants to let us know what or whether or to what extent they felt during the Reiki session, shall we say, and remind everybody that this session, exactly as it is freely available on my website, which is written here, galacticnews.blog. So it's freely available to everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that gift. Jody saying that was so powerful. Thank you. An Italian guest, Ruska, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yes.
She's saying fantastico.
Excellent. Glad you like
Bogdana.
it.
And Bogdana saying very powerful.
Great. That's wonderful. Well, again, I was sending Reiki as the recording was going on, and I really strongly felt all the intelligences behind this. I know a lot of us have felt a lot, so that's why I was asking, whether I was the only one feeling it or what, because I felt it very strongly.
I had the honor of watching my husband.
Thank you all.
I had the honor of watching my husband. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I had the honor of watching my husband offering Reiki at a distance for over a decade. I'm not promoting him. He's not offering Reiki at the moment, but I just want to share how supremely intelligent this energy is and how it can be very gentle whenever needed, whether he was sending Reiki to a child or to pregnant woman and he didn't know she was pregnant. Like, the flow is always exactly as it needs to be for a person at any given time. Or it knew when someone was in the middle of another healing modality and they didn't share it with my husband, so the Reiki would simply just be like in a bubble instead and like on a hold until whatever else was going on in the body would complete first, and then the Reiki would integrate. So I really strongly believe that this is probably the one of very rare modalities where you can do no harm, right? Because,
yes. Yeah. I just wanted to add two things, if I may. One is that Reiki is great also for kids, obviously, and for pets, don't forget. And the second thing I want to add, which is very important, and somebody's actually telling me off from upstairs management, as I call them, is because in one of the articles on my blog, I know I don't write very often, but I do write, so regularly, more or less, articles and post it free. In one of them, there is a free activation for anybody to be able to use Reiki for free. So please make use of it. It's there for everyone and it's wonderful. So please, use it. Okay. It's already
I love that. Yeah, I feel it needed to be shared. Absolutely, that this is available freely to everyone. But I also want to add that there's such a beautiful variety on planet Earth. We are all different. And I know there are people who simply need and prefer to have the support of another being holding space for them and holding the intention of the energy to be there for them. And especially if we are in really vulnerable times, sometimes we don't know how to hold that space for ourselves. And in that case, having a Reiki practitioner assisting us with this, it's a wonderful gift. So,
or a practitioner of any vibrational, I've been doing crystals forever. So I also use crystals with Reiki. Distant, I don't do in-person sessions now, but distant I still do with pets, for anybody. And I also offer personalized ones, but there is ones that are free on my website. So, I don't need to spend any money. It's there. So, make use of it. Reiki for pets is great too. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just going to shut up now. Going to Germany.
No, please. We love to have you here. May the generosity return to you 1,000-fold. So lots of beautiful comments here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
That presentation on DNA was also quite fascinating. I think this is also something that quantum leap that we are starting to shift into and embody the awareness of it more and more, is how mighty the DNA of our precious, amazing human body is, and the potential of it that is truly awakening now. So that feels very exciting too.
I also strangely, I'm not big on, necessarily ETs or anything, but I'm strongly feeling the presence of what I call, the first Pleiadians, the old-fashioned ones, the 90s ones, that were channeled by Barbara Massini. I love them. I love her books, and I strongly feel them, and they're having a ball. They're just having fun with us. So if anybody feels in their meditation that they want to call them, please do, because I'm sure that they find a way of making their presence felt, and it's a lovely presence because it's cheerful. That's the reason why. The question, Patrizia, yeah. 12 strand research materials. I wish I had more material. Not really, apart from the book that I already mentioned, the Chiron's book. I would certainly hold on to that, and I would grab the book. I'm saying something I shouldn't be saying, but have a look online, because some of those books may be available for free. Just saying, the PDF. I know I shouldn't be saying that, but I'm just saying, people who don't want to spend money or anything. And even if you have to spend some money, that's a wonderful book. In fact, I have a feeling, yes, I know actually, Barbara Massini has made on her website, or you'll find the link easily. The book is free. I'm sure she put it available for free online. So, and that's Bringers of the Dawn. I highly, strongly suggest you get that book for 1,000 reasons. And also because it's reasonably grounded material, and I'm a Taurian ascendant. I just like things to be practical, nice, easy, not complicated. So yeah, that's my language. So yeah, that's really it. I don't have any more. So it's for us to really activate our own DNA in our meditation, with Reiki, without Reiki, it doesn't matter. It's happening anyway, as Chiron is saying. So, let's actually live it more than research it. That's my suggestion. Sorry if I
Beautiful.
don't have any more.
May I add, first, I'm curious, Patrizia, where is Pleiades in your natal chart? Do you know?
Say it again.
Where is Pleiades in your natal chart?
Very close to my ascendant. So it's my
That's
first house. Yeah.
That's so wonderful. I just want to share with everyone. Some of you may have heard me say that before on videos. The fast pace of communication of a Pleiadian person, and especially if it's on the ascendant, versus slow pace of a Syrian connection, starseed. And here we have it. Beautiful validation. Yet again, here it is. So I just love it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
me too. Thank you. So I hope this was useful and practical, certainly. And let's make it real. Let's activate our DNA. I have a feeling a lot of us have done quite a bit of that already tonight. So hopefully, let's continue. Okay.
On that note, before we go, I do recall reading a research paper on DNA, maybe even 7 years ago, where they talked about a third and fourth strand of DNA being visibly shown as activated in newborn children 7 years ago. And these children had extraordinary extrasensory abilities, such as telepathy and other kinesthetic other connections, ESP, highly evolved, just were born with it. So it was quite fascinating to read. I cannot tell you where, but it was online, freely available research paper. If you just look up DNA, you might find quite interesting articles. Anyway, this was enlightening. Thank you so much for that beautiful activation, Patrizia.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.
Let's move to the next segment. See you again shortly. The second guest of day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, Valeria Vega Bustos. The name of her presentation is Galactic Priestess, Stars as a Ritual. Valeria is a priestess, galactic astrologer, Akashic Records reader, and expert in spiritual science. Her main focus when working with clients is that they experience galactic wisdom. They embody this wisdom instead of it being only mental knowledge, and they apply it in all areas of life in a grounded way in order to live their most magical life. Her main gift is being able to see in the Akashic Records the specific soul signature of a client and the complete picture regarding gifts, archetypes, missions, and more. Valeria became certified as Quantum Soul Guidance Practitioner on December 1st, 2022. Today, Valeria will talk about Galactic Priestess and Galactic Embodiment, how to integrate the stars in general, plus our knowledge around our galactic lineage in our day-to-day life, a sacred life, in oneness with stars. The ritual of the stars beyond written information or knowledge, stars and the physical body, Galactic Priestess, going beyond, rituals, galactic embodiment, ceremonies, and more applications on a path of a priestess, an embodiment of divine feminine and masculine in harmony. Valeria is presenting this to us live, so if you will have any questions or feedback directed to her, please start your question with capital question, Valeria, and then share your feedback. It'll be easier for her to find your question in the sea of comments after her presentation. So sit back, enjoy, welcome Valeria. Please enjoy the streaming of the beautiful wisdom that always comes through you. Welcome to the stage.
Right now on Earth is part of a ritual, and stars are a very important ritual. Something was anchored through the stars on the Earth, through the constellations, and it is for us to remember what that is, what was anchored, and what to do with that knowledge, with that remembrance. So welcome to the presentation. Today there are three main themes that I want to cover in this presentation, which are first, the stars in the physical body, also galactic priestesses, and finally galactic rituals and ceremonies and other applications of the stars and the fixed stars. Okay, so first, as a little introduction, it is very, very important for us to understand that nothing is random. We can see right now certain stars in the sky in specific positions and in the specific constellations, in the specific shapes, right? We as a collective consciousness on Earth from the past, we created certain grids with the stars, which are the constellations, those grids. And that is for a reason, because in this incarnation we need to work with that information, and at the same time each of us, we were born with specific alignments to the stars and to the fixed stars. This means that we wanted to really embody specific frequencies and to share something. We wanted to do specific healing. We wanted to retrieve specific gifts. Maybe we wanted to connect with a specific galactic life and help the collective on Earth from that perspective and from that point of view, right? So I want to be very clear knowing about our galactic alignments, knowing about our starseed origins, knowing our galactic chart, galactic astrology, akashic records, regressions, whatever you do. That is very, very important because it's the foundation, but it's only the first step. What I want to share with this presentation is that there is so much more that we can do when we remember and we know about our galactic connections, our galactic lineage. For example, in my case, I was, of course, so interested in the past in remembering the details of the galactic incarnations and doing the healing, but then I realized that there was so much more that I was able to do with that information. I realized I could practice rituals, ceremonies. I realized that I have been doing a specific journey through the stars, which are different frequencies. And that represents something, that means something. And when you work with that in a grounded way, there is so much more that you can do. And this is so important for our soul as well. Okay, so the idea is that we can work with the stars in more of a ritualistic way. Okay, and don't worry if you don't understand, because now I am going to explain all the different themes more in detail. So this was just introduction. Okay, first, this is about connecting with the stars from the enlightened perspective. Okay, as enlightened beings or beings in the path of enlightenment. This means that you can go beyond only information that is in your mind, right? Or beyond only information that is like knowledge, like food for the mind, written knowledge, maybe. Um, so this is the point in which you maybe ask yourself, like, okay, maybe I had this astrological reading, this Akashic Records reading, and now I am more clear about my alignments, but what's next? Like, what else can I do with that information? And maybe you start to wonder about that. Okay, and of course the answer is embodiment. Always the answer is embodiment when we are talking about this. Because one thing is to know about your specific alignments and to maybe remember, maybe channel some ideas, maybe you feel a resonance, but another thing is to really embody. Even if you look at the galactic chart, for example, you will notice that some alignments you are like, it is easier for you to embody those. But for other ones, you have to make an effort. And this is like for all our alignments, we can go deeper. We can go deeper with embodiment because this has applications for our day-to-day life, for example, for the daily life, practical applications. Also, of course, spiritual applications for our inner growth and evolution. We have to understand this part of ourselves because it's like one part that is integrated, and then you can move to different areas of spirituality, right? And it's also very important for the soul. It's like a gift that you give to your soul, and that is the most important thing that you can do. So we are giving ourselves something that our soul really, really wanted. And that is why you are attracted to this presentation and to this kind of content, because you don't want this information, your galactic alignments, to be only maybe a piece of paper, something that you read sometimes, because this is so sacred. This is so sacred for you as Starseed. It's like the best way to honor this and this information is to work with this even deeper, even on a deeper level. And again, from a soul level, not only like food for the mind. So, for example, when I am working with clients in the Galactic Astrology readings and the Akashic records, I really want them to experience embodiment, like galactic wisdom, the stars. So the idea is that you can have your own unique connection with the stars, because of your unique chart. You are more connected to some stars, and maybe you start to embody that frequency in a more exalted way, because when we start to heal and to purify, and we embody the gifts, and we overcome the challenges, and we learn the lessons, then we start to purify, and we experience exaltation, which is also coming from the embodiment with the stars, in this case, okay? So embodiment is about not leaving the physical body outside of this galactic experience, but working with it, working through it, okay? Because we have cellular memory, and the cellular memory is affecting our current life, and the cellular memory is affected also by galactic lives. And that is why you have this starseed awakening, because your soul wanted to work with galactic themes, because those are still very present in your cellular memory. Okay, it is not random if you had the starseed awakening. Okay, and we can use our physical bodies to practice specific rituals, ceremonies. When you move your body in certain ways, you are anchoring specific frequencies, and that affects our cellular memory, that affects our Akashic records. So you can go very deep when you don't leave the physical body behind. So the idea is that you can experience changes in your physical life. And I wanted to mention this because sometimes we see starseeds get a bit trapped, in the mind, in the third eye, the crown chakra, maybe visualizing, channeling, but they start to live only here and they forget about the, the lower chakras and the embodiment. And that is so important because it is through the physical body that we embody, of course. Okay. Um, so now, of course, I wanna talk about stars and the physical body. So this image has different stargates, and these are galactic systems. I mean, like star systems, like we have Vega, Mintaka. So what I wanted to share with this is that there are different stargates, and stargates are like chakras, very similar on the universe in this case, but we also have our own inner stargates. Like we have chakras, we also have inner stargates, and those are located in specific parts of the physical body, and those are related to these galactic stargates. Okay, so this is the idea when we work with stars and the physical body. Okay, so as an example, and don't worry, because for all of you at the end of the presentation you will have access to a gift, which is a guided exercise for this. But now I want to explain you with an example. how you can work with this. So imagine you have your galactic chart and you have this alignment to Alcyone on the Pleiades. And imagine you start to read and you notice that there is something in your sixth house, for example, and you think like, okay, the sixth house is about health and routines and service, and you start to notice like, okay, maybe there is a theme around that. Okay, and then you know about the Stargates, and for example, you know that this is the Stargate for the Pleiades, and that with the physical body corresponds to the area of our solar plexus. So then you start to understand yourself better. You understand like, okay, something around the sixth house happened on Alcyone that is affecting my solar plexus, and maybe you feel insecure or you have themes with power, with authority, and so on. And maybe you start to learn about galactic history, galactic events, because all galactic events are stored also in our cellular memory, and you can learn about the collective galactic events. So what a group of beings experienced, for example, what beings from Alcyone experienced, and then maybe that is exactly what you came to heal and to overcome in this life. And you can also maybe practice a regression or read your Akashic records and see more like, okay, I experienced maybe this thing in the Pleiades, and of course that is affecting my solar plexus, and you start to really you can treat yourself from what I call starseed holistic healing, because you are working with everything united and it makes sense. It's not like you are imagining something, you know. So this is just an example on how you can work with this. In the guided exercise, I share some practices for embodiment for the physical body, so you can continue with this work. You can go deeper on your own experience with the Pleiades, with Alcyone. Um, I chose the Pleiades because it's very generic for starseeds, okay? So you can see like, and the Pleiades often they have a lot to heal and also a lot of gifts. So it's very interesting to work with this one. So you can start to notice like, okay, how can I work with this? Okay, so the next part I wanna talk about, of course, are Galactic Priestesses. So I wanna start by reading this, which is very beautiful, which is saying, aren't flowers the stars of the earth? And aren't our stars the flowers of heaven? And you can reflect on this for a moment, because that is like what a galactic priestess is. I mean, this resonates so much with my soul, because this is exactly what I was feeling when I was called to create the Galactic Priestess training and the collective, because the Galactic Priestess first is about working with the rose, the galactic rose, and the galactic rose is a frequency, right? And it is part of the rose lineage. That is why we have this image here. And if you don't know, I have been part of the rose lineage and working with this for years now. And at some point in my journey, I received the guidance that I had to share about galactic priestesses. You know, and I didn't want to leave this rose lineage, the rose, the priestesses art. I didn't want to leave that like separate from all the starseed topics. the galactic, the astrology, and so on. So that is why I was guided to share about this, because this is meant for souls that resonate with the galactic, with astrology, with, the stars, knowledge, but also with embodiment, with beauty, with the rose, with practicing rituals, the feminine arts, okay? This is all about embodiment, because we have to understand that, yes, our third eye is very, very important, but also is our sacral chakra in this case, and the womb. And there is so much more that we can see and perceive and receive and hold through our third eye and our crown chakra when our sacral chakra is strong and purified, you know, and our lower chakras are purified. And that is the essence of the Galactic Priestess. It's like a very specific area of the rose lineage. Um, which is again working with the stars, but again, we don't leave our physical body behind. They are working together, so there is harmony in ourselves, and that is very, very important. And I also want to read this. It is only through embodiment and oneness that we get to really know a star. It is only through embodiment and oneness that we really get to know a specific group of star beings, a specific collective, like, okay, what is really Lyra and Vega? Or, I don't know, like Mirage on Andromeda. What is that? What is Venus? Because we can read galactic history, we can channel some ideas, some memories, we can experience a regression, and that is fine, but to really, really know the specific frequency, the specific imprint of a specific star, it is so important that we experience that star, and that is only accomplished through embodiment and oneness with the star. And that is also part of experiencing the stars in our physical bodies, understanding our inner stargates and how they connect to the stars. When people say that we are stardust, it's not just like something beautiful to say, or that we are just dust, like in general. It means that we hold these stargates in our physical bodies. We hold the keys to connect to those stargates, and those keys are often the DNA and, the purification, how healthy we are at all the levels. And that is why, again, the feminine practices of embodiment are so important. So then you start to know, okay, this specific collective, they are working with this theme right now, and they need to maybe heal this thing, and this is what they are doing, and now I understand them better, and now I understand better why I was born maybe with this alignment to this, I don't know, Andromeda, because I wanted to also work with that in my life, in myself, and so on. So the idea is that the more you embody, the more you are in oneness with stars, you start to really experience the specific imprint, and you become the imprint, and you start to create and to expand from that imprint. You are not guessing, you have not those doubts, because because you experienced something and was pure. That is why purification, enlightenment are so important when working with stars, because sometimes we are, not purified, and we receive confused information and guidance, okay? Okay, so this is going beyond, talking a bit about specific important things. So this image is first showing what I call a celestial priest. This is from ancient astronomers. They were different from astronomers today. They were very connected to the stars. They were often communing with stars, something as simple as going outside and looking to the sky and seeing the star and meditating, receiving that light. That is so simple, and yet a lot of people don't do that. Okay, but they were more connected to the stars in the past. And this is another image which is basically showing what I have been sharing. This is a constellation or a grid with stars, and this is the same constellation, the same grid, but on the earth, on the rock, right? So this is showing us that people in the past, in ancient civilizations, they knew about these rituals. The act of looking at the stars in the sky, the constellations, and replying those constellations on the earth, that is part of different rituals, not only one. So they knew about this, and we are remembering, and we know that about the Giza pyramid or different structures, buildings that were built aligned to specific stars, like often Sirius or the Pleiades. We often know about that, or aligned to the solstice, but there was so much more that ancient civilizations were doing, like ceremonies and rituals with the stars. So, first, they were observing stars, they were more connected, they were also communing with stars. That is something that people often don't do nowadays. They don't commune with the stars. Communion is about being in this oneness, giving something, receiving something, like energetic exchange, right? It's not only about, okay, these are the stars and these are my alignments and nice, but just information. It was communion. And that is why they were able to practice those rituals. And this was happening on more, like I say, grounded civilizations, because they were more recent. But even if you wanna go to Atlantis and Lemuria, they were also practicing this. If you think about Lemuria, in a way, is the divine feminine, is lighter. There were groups of women, priestesses. They were very connected with nature, and some of them were very connected to the stars. And they were practicing dancing and moving in certain shapes to anchor a specific frequency, and so on. Okay, and they knew that the positions of the stars were very important, and they were working with that wisdom. And even also Atlantis was a bit more dense, but still, people, like, not only like the main maybe priests or priestesses, but people, they had their own houses, also built aligned in certain locations, aligned to certain stars. Everything was like a talisman, right? um and this also, I want to share about talismans, because this is part of astrological magic, and that is also an area of, going beyond with the stars. Applications, like practical applications. And I decided to include astrological magic in the Galactic Priestess training, because, this is about, it's not what we often understand by magic, but it's about being able to anchor something, to ground something. Imagine you know that in this date there is this alignment which is very good for health. And you know it only happens in this date at this time. You can store that in your talisman and you can have access to that for the rest maybe of the year, you know, so it's very very powerful. So in this case, for example, imagine you know astrology, galactic astrology, and you know like okay, there is a galactic portal, you know, because you know there are specific dates in which, for example, the sun is aligned to a specific star like Alcyone, and you know that date, and in that date, if this is a good alignment, you can create a talisman, or you can practice maybe a healing, or you can make a ritual, or you can do a ceremony, and so on. And it's going to be even more powerful when you work in the specific dates, because it's like everything around you is supporting you, like energetically supporting you and your work. It's like you're putting your energy, your alignments, but also everything around is aligned. And of course, it's very important to purify these practices. I know sometimes people don't resonate that much with magic or astrological magic, but that is why in the Galactic Priestess training, I have been focusing on that purification, because this can be very helpful for us. You know, there are different applications when you work with a ritual, a ceremony. You create a talisman because, again, you are making a change also in your akashic records, also in your cellular memory. So it's like you um, you know, maybe the alignment is good for your health, maybe for abundance, but not only that. You can work with this maybe, for example, if you are a reader, if you are astrologer, if you read the akashic records, you can help yourself with this to access more information, better information, galactic memories, you know, to feel more confident about that, to be able to hold more psychic insights and so on. So it's very important that we are using our physical bodies and even physical objects, working with roses, for example. So everything is being part of this. Okay, and this leads me to this connecting with what we can not touch. And this is so important when we are working with stars, of course, because you know we work with the elements, with water, you know, with the air. Even there are fire temples on Earth now, but when it comes to stars, you can't just, you know, bring a physical star to your house. You can't go outside and touch a star. So that is why we have to find ways in which we can connect with the stars at the same time that we are grounding something and we are anchoring something on Earth. So think about it. We know that water has information, you know, imprints like cellular memory, same with the lands, but it's the same for stars. They're holding so much information, and we just have to find ways to ground and to anchor that information and to receive the revelation, you know. Um, and you know, of course, if you resonate with this content, you know that I am trying to go beyond the 12 zodiac signs, you know, beyond the 12 constellations, because there is so much more information that is available. And you know, I don't want this to be like just again, like mental written information over there, like, okay, I see the stars, I know about it in my mind, but then my physical body and my life is like another history, like, like I don't want like that separation. And the stars are a gift from God. That is why I really like to honor them and to really try to go deeper in how I work with them. Um, you know, in oneness, with them, which is again communion. You are giving and receiving. It's not only like, okay, maybe I ask for something, or maybe I just get the information that I need and I leave, it's not about that. And especially now with all these satellites that are on the sky polluting, it is so important to be able to maintain this sacred connection, this oneness, so that we can experience the organic nature of stars. And that is what we are being called to do as a collective, as people that had the starseed awakening. Okay, so now I want to mention some gifts for you. And I also want to mention that it's very important that the divine feminine is present again when it comes to the stars. If you have searched pictures on the internet of ancient astrology astronomers, those beautiful ancient maps, maybe with stars, you probably have noticed that it's men, priests, what you can find with telescopes or something. Because in recent history it became something more masculine. But in this epoch, we are being called to again connect to the stars from embodiment, from the divine feminine arts, incorporating the lower chakras, the rose frequency as well. Um, being the priestess or the oracle or whatever you resonate with, but from this embodiment. Okay, so now I want to talk about the gifts for you as you have been present in this amazing event for okay so okay, first, of course, the galactic embodiment guided exercise that I already mentioned. This is a PDF in which you can follow the steps so you can continue working with your own experience with the Pleiades and your solar plexus, and maybe you are going to discover some things about yourself or to heal or to retrieve a new gift or something like that. And you're going to have you're going to have like the experience, your unique experience, like, okay, this I feel in my cellular memory, and this collective is manifesting in this way for me, and maybe for me it feels expansive, and and that is why I experience the Pleiades, and maybe I see the distortions and so on. Okay, so it is important that you are going to integrate your physical body instead of this being only something in the mind. Maybe you know that you have this alignment to the Pleiades and this is your experience, but maybe now you want to go deeper, right? Then we also have the discount, 25% discount in the Galactic Priestess training. You can use this coupon Starseed when you go to the checkout. And then the Galactic Astrology standard reading is also 25% discounted. So this is the standard reading, which is the reading that most people choose. That is why it is standard. It includes your galactic lives, astrological alignments like your lunar nodes. So we cover from the starseed perspective, the Akashic records, and also from the astrological perspective. I share with you your specific portals, dates. So for example, you can know like, okay, in this date I have this specific portal, maybe with Vega. So this is my moment to maybe practice meditation or a ritual or connection and so on. So it's a very complete reading. So these coupons and discounts are valid until February the 7th. So I really hope that if you resonate with this presentation, with my content, you can join the Galactic Priestess training. Of course, is very happy to receive new souls, new priestesses. This work is so important now more than ever. This is beneficial for yourself and for the collective, so it's very, very important and deep, deep work. Okay, so this topic is very, very deep and important for my soul. So I really appreciate all of you that have been watching this. I also appreciate the opportunity to share in this event. Again, this is very important for me. Of course, stars are very important. But beyond that, it is so important for me to share about my experience and the purification that needs to happen and how we can go deeper, because this is probably the same for a lot of you, that you really feel that resonance with the stars. In my case, they helped me when I was going through a lot. And I know that for starseeds, this is often the case, that stars offer a hope, you know, but from there we can start to be more, delicate, more specific on how we want to work with stars, how we want to move deeper, maybe, and how we can honor stars in the best way possible. So that is very, very important. Sometimes when we just awakened, we are a bit confused and there is so much starseed information out there and we don't know what to believe, So the more that you integrate your physical body and you purify yourself and you start to practice embodiment and the communion with stars, the more that you connect with the frequency of truth and you start to become more sure about what you know and what you feel when it comes to stars, because again, it's embodiment. That is the idea of ascension and embodiment, that you can rely on yourself and your soul and your connection to God. And this also applies to starseed content. Okay. So I really want to invite you to work more with the feminine when it comes to stars in whichever way you choose, but going deeper in your body, going deeper in the arts, the rituals in some way. And if you have any questions, you can write. My website is galacticrosetemple.com. You can go there. You can write in the contact form. You can join the courses, the readings, and of course, again, you can ask me if you need more information or guidance about something. So yes, again, thank you very much for joining today this presentation. We are connected and sending you so much love.
That was another beautiful and important part of Quantum Soul Guidance. Thank you so much, Valeria, and welcome as you are joining us live to answer some of the comments and questions that are here for you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for this space. Oh, that is interesting question. Where the Sirius starseed connected with priestess energy? Okay, so all starseeds have been, there are like different lineages, like each star race, to say. There are different lineages, and what I have been researching is that each of them are connected to specific priestesses lineages as well. For example, we have a water priestess. There are specific star races that are more connected to the water priestess, and so on. So when it comes to the Sirius star seeds, they are a bit more connected with the Egyptian, also Atlantis, like people that resonate a lot with Egypt and Atlantis and those priestesses. They have the alignments to Sirius. So that is very interesting question. Um, Different star races are connected to different priestesses lineages, and the galactic priestess is more generic, at least that is the idea, but it's often people from Venus. They are very, very attracted to the galactic priestesses.
We could call it multi-galactic priestess.
Yeah, but it's very interesting to explore like the details in the lineages, and yeah, how each person will have like a specific resonance and their own unique experience with priestesses.
So a person could say, I'm on a path of embodying my galactic priesthood, and I deeply resonate with lineages of Sirius or Pleiades or Andromeda and so on.
Yeah, exactly. The Galactic Priestess is like for all star seeds, like in general, because we need to like the foundation as star seeds and to really work with different aspects of our lineage. Of course, we have like different alignments and different resonance, and then after that, some people, some star seeds, they will find the specifics about their lineages. Like, okay, I feel more connected to the Pleiades, and this specific lineage or this specific tool is very good for me, but already have this foundation, like the general foundation.
I love that. What I feel like it's important to highlight, I feel we are going to evolve more and more towards feeling the unity and interconnectedness among all the different galactic races, really seeing that we are much more alike than different, and perhaps recognizing the essence that's at the center of them all, that to me feel very Christic or Buddhic, or like that divine avatar, human avatar. And that's really the true core frequency that we want to awaken, remember, and embody, right? And then
Yeah, for sure.
and then the names of the galactics feel more like, okay, that Christed code that's at the center was traveling to different locations of universe. Like at some point I was in Italy, so I have this Italian flair. At another point I was in England, so I have this English flair, and so on. It feels it's
And
a
yeah, it's so
emotionality.
important that you're mentioning that because I was just thinking, the when I share about the stargates, like in the body, the tree with the different stargates. That is actually the idea of the stargates in the body and the universal stargates is that you all of us we have the connection to each of those stargates, to each of those, like the Pleiades and Andromeda and Vega and Lyra. So we have that connection, and each of us we have that in the body. That means that and it's like those are portals, right? So that means that we have like a parallel life, so to speak, in which we are experiencing that life. And that is the idea of 12 stargates, that you integrate all of those in yourself, that you do the healing and you retrieve the gifts for each of those. So yeah, what you are saying is very, very aligned actually with what I was trying to share with the presentation.
I'm
What
glad.
is your favorite way to embody the stars? Oh, that is very beautiful. Oh, there are so many ways, but I feel when it comes to embody stars, the very first, step that I like to mention is, look where you live, look through your window, which specific star or maybe a little group of stars. I apologize for my lighting, but which group of stars you can see from your window, like when you go to sleep, and start to meditate with those stars. Start to feel their light coming to you, because the light of a star is information for sure. And start feeling that information in your physical body, and start feeling how you feel around that information, because sometimes with a specific star we feel very love and joy and it feels very easy, and sometimes another star feels a bit maybe scary or a bit confusing, especially if you are very connected to stars. And you will start to notice, like in your cellular memory, your body is going to have a reaction to that light coming from the star. And you will start to notice that maybe you had this experience, maybe you're meant to heal something or to remember something. I remember I had this experience with Sirius. I was always seeing Sirius from my window, but I was so afraid. I was trying to not even look at the window in the night. I mean, it was like very, very traumatic for me, because, and that was the information that my cellular memory was receiving, was like, okay, I have fear around this, because different things that happened and different associations that I had to Sirius in my cellular memory and my Akashic records. And I had to heal that in order to be able to actually look at the sky and look at the other stars that I actually wanted to see.
I'm so glad you're sharing that important moment, because the path can be very much like that too, and it's important to acknowledge it and not be afraid of it. But what was the core emotion or core idea that helped you get through it, dive into it, and dissolve it? Was it compassion, love, faith in your safety and peace? Can you share? And we only
It
have a couple of
was
minutes left.
like curiosity, I guess, because I just wanted to go deeper with the other stars. It's like that passion that I have around the stars and the starseed topics. I just wanted to dive deeper, and I knew that was blocking me. So I guess when you feel very passionate about something, that helps you to really focus more in the love instead of fear, and you just go into the shadow, and that is for everything, not only the stars, but of course it applies for starseed themes.
Beautiful. What an amazing, graceful, grounded teacher and guide you are, Valeria. What an honor to have you here. Thank you for the beautiful presentation and for sharing very important points that are crucial to anyone on a path of working with galactic astrology and quantum soul guidance. So again, thank you all, and thank you everyone for your love for Valeria in the comments as you stay behind a
Oh,
little bit
thank you
engaged.
so much. Thank you so much for this space and for creating this beautiful event that is so important right now. And thank you for the amazing questions. It was very short, but very important, I feel. Yeah.
We enjoyed it. All right, we'll see you again shortly. welcome speaker number 3 of day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, Amelia Lang. Her topic today is mapping your human experience within the larger multidimensional soul blueprint. Amelia is originally from Poland. However, she spent about 20 years outside of her home country, mainly in Ireland and the US. She consciously committed to her spiritual path in 2010 while still living in Ireland. She currently lives in the Polish countryside with her rescue dogs and cats. After working as an Usui Reiki healer for some time, she completed the Quantum Soul Guidance certification on July 21st, 2022, as the 9th person to complete my comprehensive practitioner course. Emilia is passionate about her spiritual studies, and apart from Quantum Soul Guidance and Reiki, she's also certified in all levels of soul realignment, quantum healing hypnosis technique, and beyond quantum healing, as well as Matrix of Destiny. She is currently completing her psychology qualifications to become a therapist. In addition to providing one-on-one readings, Emilia is also a teacher and a mentor. She has guided many of her clients from the beginnings of their awakening into their own spiritual business practices. She regularly offers guided Reiki meditations, as well as workshops and online courses. So far only in Polish, however, her plan for 2025 is to expand this into her offerings in English as well. Emilia will talk about the impact of humanity entering the age of Aquarius and how it translates into our day-to-day lives. She will speak about the merging of traditional therapy with soul-based modalities and how it is evolving in her own practice of multidimensional holistic therapy. With that, she will dive into the karmic principles and patterns that her practice is based on. Emilia will also present examples from her practice to illustrate the benefits of what she likes to call soul mapping. Welcome to the stage, Emilia. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Julia, for the lovely introduction. And welcome to all the beautiful souls with us here today. How is everyone doing? Are you enjoying the summit so far? Maybe drop a heart if you are. As you know, my name is Emilia, and I'm coming to you from Poland. It's around 8 p.m. here, so quite late. And I am an ascension guide, a multidimensional therapist, and also an activator of transformation. As Julia mentioned, I use many different modalities, and I am also a Reiki teacher. I am currently learning some shamanic practices. And I heal and activate mainly through the vibration of my voice that is actually somewhat shaky right now. This is something that actually comes up for me as a divine gift in all the modalities that I have ever worked with. That communication and the voice is very, very powerful. I love learning, expanding my consciousness, and finding new and improved ways of assisting my clients. This is actually my something I discovered through Galactic Astrology when I was learning and then diving into it. This is my Tau Ceti placement of just, expanding consciousness and actually helping others do the same. And my work focuses mainly on translating the divine soul blueprint into the everyday human experience. So grounding it in our day-to-day so that we're the most aligned with our soul in our actions. And I use many different languages. Modalities are like different languages. Before I actually jump into the mapping topic, I would like to talk about this year, 2025. This is such an important year, and the energetic complexities that come with it are just insane. And then we'll dive into the main topic. So first of all, I'm pretty sure you all know that we have entered the age of Aquarius quite recently in November. And it's the long-awaited age of Aquarius. In the spiritual community, I think we've been constantly talking about this for at least a year. But as Pluto is a very slow-moving planet, it may feel like a never-ending transition period. And it kind of is. As a humanity, we are going through such a major shift right now. And so many ancient cultures spoke of this time, of a time when humanity would awaken to a higher consciousness, when we would shift from darkness into light and return to peace and harmony. And that time is now. And we have only just started shifting. And I'm sure all of you can feel it already within your body, your mind, definitely your soul. So let me know in the comments if you are actually feeling the shift within this collective shift, this collective awakening. And it's not something that you will hear about in the mainstream media. This is something that is happening very quietly within each and every one of us, within our hearts, within our energies. And more people are aligning with their divine truth, remembering the ancient wisdom, and we are choosing to heal. We are choosing to live consciously and mindfully, and we are choosing to create beauty all around us. And it's here, we're living it. And it's just such an amazing time to be alive, I think. Of course, it might also be somewhat difficult at times. It's not all love and light, because many of us still have some work to do. And this year, actually, I feel like brings to the surface everything that still needs healing and releasing. It is a numerological year 9, and that brings completion. And not just of the cycle of the last 9 years, but I feel like it's a bigger collective karmic cycle as well. So, for example, I moved back to Poland and to the countryside exactly 9 years ago. And it has been the most transformative period of my life so far. I left the corporate life, I left the system, I realigned to my divine soul blueprint and became free, essentially. And it was not easy, but it was definitely worth it. And that's the smaller cycle. But the big one is that in the past, I would say 3 years, I have really dug into my childhood and my ancestral patterns and past lives and karmic patterns. And I have worked through so much in that time. And this year feels like it's bringing a close to all of that, a completion of a much bigger cycle. Which kind of makes sense because it is a new era. So we are leaving behind the old era. And I am on life path 9. So I feel like it's a double whammy for me when it comes to completion. In addition, 2025 is the year of the snake in Chinese zodiac. So what showed up for me is the shedding of the old skin. So again, leaving behind what is no longer ours, what is not aligned, what doesn't serve our highest good. Now, of course, the energy of the snake is much more complex than that, but for the purposes of today's talk, I'll just leave it at that, the shedding of the old skin. On top of that, when it comes to 2025, this past weekend, the nodes of destiny and fate just shifted into Virgo and Pisces. And it's activating a massive movement and change within the collective. It's bringing with it a complete dissolution of all timelines up to this point. It's huge. This intense energy may be very uncomfortable for people that are not used to the Piscean flow. Pisces dissolves, and it will dissolve everything that is blocking your highest potential, what is blocking living in alignment with your soul. And it will do so whether you're ready for it or not. So it's best, I feel like, not to resist this flow. Me personally, I am a very Piscean Pisces, and my ascendant is in Virgo. So I am definitely familiar with these energies and how they manifest in everyday life. And so I think you can see that with just those three little things that I spoke of, this year truly is the end of a cycle. It's a major cleansing of the old systems. And it's all coming up to the surface. It's all bubbling up. And the way the timing of the nodes works, very simplified, of course, is that in the first 6 months, everything is highlighted and shown to us. And then we do the work. And then the last 6 months, we integrate the new patterns and deal with whatever is left over. And we're going to be releasing absolutely everything that does not serve our highest good anymore. So all patterns, habits, programs that we have built or inherited in order to survive, they all need to dissolve so that we can thrive, of course, in alignment with our divine true selves. And we are transmuting doubt and fear into power and purpose. It really is the year of the alchemist. To me, that's very exciting. I am a transformational expert, and that's only because my natal Pluto is in my first house and it is conjunct my North Node. So I truly had no other choice but to lean into transformation, transition, and transmutation. And with the nodes, both Virgo and Pisces talk about health. And specifically, I feel like we're going to see how conventional medicine can benefit from alternative holistic practices. I'm sure some of you may know that Reiki and other healing modalities are already becoming quite mainstream. And both Virgo and Pisces are the healers of the zodiac. So during the transit of the nodes, the 18-month transit, they may also amplify our psychic abilities. And we're all expanding, and this energy is just amplifying all of that. And there will also be more harmony and balance between the day-to-day, between the mundane, the physical life, and the spiritual, because Pisces and Virgo. So for me personally, it's definitely bringing more grounding energy. That's what I need more of. But there are also many, many people that are opening up to the spiritual, multidimensional, and are bringing and grounding and integrating it into the daily life. And I have to say that for me, I have never been as connected to other realms as I am now when I'm actually grounded in my human experience, when I am present in just simple day-to-day life. And that actually brings me to the main topic, the mapping of the human experience. I chose this particular topic because through working with my beautiful clients, as well as through my own practice, I have observed that many of us struggle to apply what we have discovered during our readings and sessions into our daily lives. It kind of reminds me of fireworks. It's such a beautiful, illuminating experience, and yet it only lasts a minute and then it's back to normal. And I feel like maybe let's explain a little more clear. We go to a session, we rediscover our divine soul blueprint. We go for a reading, a session. And during that reading, during the session, we learn life-changing information about the soul journey, about the soul origin. We feel so motivated to change our life, and then we understand what we need to do, what our purpose is, and what steps and actions we need to take to live it. So we leave the session with so much resolve and hope, but kind of then life takes over, right? We have kids, we have a partner, a job, a home, and slowly but surely this spark that we had kind of gets diminished and forgotten and put on the back burner. And I feel like that happens because we just put so much pressure on ourselves to change everything all at once. And we tend to do it alone, especially that there is just so much beautiful information and confirmation in sessions like QSG or soul realignment, or any modality really can really open us up. And we kind of tend to forget that it also involves a lot of unlearning and creating new habits, and it's a process. And it takes time, and it's a step-by-step unlocking and discovery and integration and living it, and then the next step and the next step. When we do everything all at once, it can throw our life upside down. And so I have found through my practice that combining traditional therapy with studying a chart, a galactic birth chart, divine soul blueprint, and creating new aligned habits produces the best and most aligned results and long-term transformation. And I feel like this may be the reason why so many of my clients are psychologists and therapists, and they come to me to learn Reiki and the Akashic Records, or they get inspired to learn astrology and human design. So the way I developed the way of mapping was through myself. Based on my galactic chart, I know that I have to flow everything through my energy, through myself. And then that's going to work for everybody else that comes in contact with me. So when I first connected with my galactic chart, I connected to Andromeda very, very strongly. And then it was a process. I had dreams. I had visitations from the Andromedan Council of Healers. This is what I call them because they're not any other council. They're from Andromeda and they're healers. But they visited me and they put energy on my hands to strengthen my Reiki. And I had activations thanks to them. And then that was a process. This was the energy I was working with. I was opening up to it. And then again, going through the galactic chart, I went to the galactic center. I have quite a few of those points. So opening up to just visiting different realms. And then the Syrian blue light beings started coming and activating my DNA, and they have actually been working with me for a few years now, and mostly during Reiki sessions when someone needs crystalline DNA activation. It actually hasn't happened that much in 2024. The bulk of it was 2023 with the activations. And now 2024, it was mostly transition from Syrian energy to just pure Andromeda healing, just presence and just amazing light. And I feel like they're here with us. They're always with me. And then I started working with soul realignment. So I started sort of looking into my soul blueprint and trying to integrate this. Then I jumped into a little bit of Matrix of Destiny that really opened me up to work with my inner child and and ancestral patterns, and not even just ancestry here, but again, how I came to Earth, which was I just jumped through Galactic Center, and I was shown all of this through, again, opening up, working with those energies, and it all takes time. And I feel like the way I used to work with just one session, it just wasn't enough, because I know how much of my time and effort and grounding and working with certain aspects of my charts, just how much time it took and how much energy. And so with the mapping, it's what I like to call it, but it's basically just going step by step, analyzing your chart or blueprint. It doesn't have to be every day, but it's an ongoing process. So as I said, it took some time, but it's also part of the reason why I decided to complete my psychology qualifications, because sometimes there is just so much happening with the past lives that I actually needed some more traditional tools, let's say. So the way I've developed how I work with my clients is we just start with one of the individual sessions, and then we go from there depending on what comes up during those sessions. So I always recommend starting with either multidimensional soul reading, or auric field analysis and rebalancing. As to me, they're the best entry points into the divine soul blueprint. And then we make a plan of actionable steps, and the client can, or the person can work by themselves. It usually takes a few months to a year, or I have developed packages of what I call multidimensional therapy, which is basically you can get a package of 1 to 10 meetings, and we can go in depth into certain aspects, because the initial session will show us what is the most important here and now, and how to translate it into the here and now. How is the human going to deal with it? What steps, what habits need to happen for it to be integrated and grounded here and now. So, for example, I had a young client who was very much at the beck and call of their family, had no life of their own, no respect for whatever they were doing. And within 9 months of working through the karma affecting the soul blueprint, they moved to a new city, far away from home, started a new job, traveling the world. Now, it was very intense 9 months. It involved a lot of shadow work, hypnosis. Galactic soul journey was very, very important. Reiki and multidimensional soul reading sessions. We managed to release a lot of trapped emotions from the body. We healed eczema, some other more minor physical recurring symptoms. But the client was determined and had space and time to focus on healing and did a lot of the work themselves between each session, each meeting. And I have to say, all of this is just observation of what's going on with my clients. Most of my clients stay with me for between a year and 3 years, and some of them even longer, but it's mostly just from time to time. They just check in. But basically, when someone comes to work with me, they stay for all the sessions until we map sort of everything, because even though the modalities overlap some, and you can find sort of all the points in all of them, some of them I find better for some things, like Matrix of Destiny. I love working with it for healing, for womb healing and inner child and ancestral work. It's just a beautiful modality for that, for finding the patterns. And then, soul realignment for just realigning the soul blueprint, finding what went wrong. And then Galactic Astrology is bringing a lot of history of the soul, where it traveled, what energy it carries with it. And it's a beautiful process. It takes time. And I feel like the here and now, the human physical experience is the most important. And all those readings and sessions are here to help us thrive as a human in this human incarnation. So that's why I call it mapping. I see the divine soul blueprint as a map that guides us through the human experience, and we just draw on that energy, and it's easier to stay aligned, to thrive in this human incarnation. Because I have had clients that focused a little bit too much on the different incarnations or different realms that they used to live in, but without bringing it and integrating it into the here and now. And this may actually lead to disconnection from your current life or from your body even. Something beautiful that happened, though, was one of my clients, who is actually also a practitioner now. They looked exactly like the starseed photo I brought up when we looked at their soul origin. Long white hair with a black streak. It was insane. Beautiful. And just the recognition of, oh, these are my people. And this person is very much connected to the other realms, but also very grounded. And they're actually a psychologist. And because of that connection, because of that visual representation as well, they were able to work through the trauma of the Lyran experience as well. And they were able to work through it by themselves. So at the start, I spoke about the year 2025 and how it is the year when we combine conventional medicine with holistic medicine. And I can definitely already see it happening within the realm of psychology therapy. I see more and more therapists that are aware of and open to working with past lives, karma, energy healing, And it is providing a better and sort of more conscious understanding of the human within the soul. And I feel like this year, with the cycle ending, with everything being really brought up and cleared, so many more people might need guidance and assistance with the transformation and the working through the karmic patterns. And I know that my practice has definitely improved since bringing in traditional forms of therapy into the mix, especially that some of the karmic events from past lives can be very traumatic, and we tend to carry that energy in our bodies. So I've had quite a few clients from Lyra that were basically displaced when Lyra was no longer, and they were just moving from place to place, no home. There was a little bit like during the war here on Earth, right? World War II. It was kind of the same trauma that they were carrying and repeating. And I feel like the traditional therapy sometimes helps with that. And I think this is very profound and delicate work that we do day to day, untangling the complexities of the soul journey and how it affects the human experience. And I feel like it's a huge responsibility, and I'm happy I get to do it in this lifetime. I'm happy I chose this to be my purpose in this life. It's beautiful. It's I feel like it's just combining everything together. That's the key to me. We have been separate for so long, the traditional sort of conventional medicine. I'm focusing on medicine because this is the realm I'm working within. So holistic, let's say, medicine, or and conventional, and just combining the two. I know that it's not just conventional medicine that will benefit from taking in holistic, but the other way around as well. We can also benefit from that. So I feel like that's the mapping. I think the takeaway for me is that just grounded presence, take your time, integrate and ground with everything. Don't rush. Don't try to escape. Try to enjoy and thrive here. I think this is the biggest takeaway from my practice. And I'm speaking as someone who has a tendency to just float away into the cosmos. So I find it so much more beautiful to just be present here and now and have all these gifts integrated. So I think from me, that would be everything. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Emilia. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. That was brilliant. And again, so many important points. And I just want to honor the journey you've been on and recognize how young you still are and feel, yet ancient on a soul level, and how beautiful it is to see this level of expertise becoming more of a norm, right, in our world. As you said, I see that too, the bridging of the traditional medical modalities and structures, blending in with the natural curiosity and interest that is growing amongst the medical industry individuals, and how they are opening up to all these beautiful quantum level healing modalities. I also want to touch on the Lyran experience, or the note that you've made, that yes, the shock of the war has been so extreme for so many souls that I've seen it repeatedly as extreme complex trauma pattern repeated over so many incarnations. So it's such a blessing that at this time and age we have this level of expertise that can grasp and understand it, see it, witness it in peace and compassion, and we witness miracles, right? So thank you so much for your immense work, and what a blessing to have you in our community, and for all those that will be guided to you going forward. What a beautiful teacher and guide you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm just going to quickly brush through the questions, but it's mainly deep gratitude and just fully in agreement with things you've shared. So I'm going to let you stay behind and go through the comments, Emilia, and we'll play the new segment and introducing the next speaker. All right?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well done. speaker number 4 of day 4 is Tara Sumati, and she's coming to us with a topic on Chiron and the stars, keys and generational themes for soul evolution. Tara has nurtured a lifelong passion for esoteric and spiritual teachings from Eastern and Western traditions, with this interest stemming from her mixed heritage and Canadian upbringing. As Pluto approached her North Node in Capricorn, life's focus on a corporate career began to change, and in the decade since, Tara has happily shifted her work focus entirely to the service of assisting individuals on their own paths of healing and soul evolution. In addition to her Galactic Astrology practice, Tara is a Choose Love practitioner, bringing Akashic soul story readings and integration guidance. She's also a Yoga Nidra instructor and level 2 Reiki practitioner. Whether through astrology or the Akash, or a combination of all modalities, Tara's motivation and intention is to assist her clients to uncover, discover, remember, and reconnect with their own divine essence and inner light, and to support them in navigating their own journeys with clarity, grace, and compassion as their ever-present guides. With the understanding that we are all part of a collective journeying home to source and unity, Tara hopes to inspire others to heal, rise, and align with their highest potential, welcoming their soul's quantum sunrise, an awakening of interconnectedness and purpose. In today's presentation, Tara will give us an introduction to Chiron, who he is, and his significance in our natal charts, how we connect with Chiron as a collective and also as individuals, generational themes from the zodiac signs, and the quantum insights and energies from stars, how they inform us and assist us when we engage with asteroid Chiron. What an important and helpful topic, Tara. Thank you so much for bringing it to Quantum Soul Guidance Summit. Please enjoy the flow of wisdom coming through you, and everyone, please help me welcome Tara Sumati to the stage. Enjoy.
Hello. Thank you, Julia, for the introduction, and thank you for hosting this beautiful event with so many wonderful speakers. I'm just really so happy to be part of it. So I'm going to share my screen in a moment. When you brought up the topic of having this summit, I sort of felt immediately that I knew I wanted to speak about Chiron. He is an influence that has been really profound in my own experience and in my own healing in particular. And so it really felt potent to be able to share some information about the asteroid, what lessons there are for us, and in what way do we engage? How is it helpful to us? Let me see here. Just get sharing the screen. Okay, sorry, having a little moment here. Best laid plans. But starting with Chiron as the story in myth. He's a centaur, and he's the son of Cronus and the ocean nymph Valeria. The funny part of this story is that Cronus, as he was with Valeria, was cheating on his wife, Rhea. And while he was with Valeria, he heard his wife calling for him, and quickly turned himself into a horse so that he could escape unseen. And As a result, a little bit later, 9 months later, as Chiron was born, he appeared as a centaur, and this absolutely horrified his mother, who abandoned him on a mountainside. Now, he was ultimately found by Artemis and by Apollo, both gods in their own right. And they nurtured him. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm trying to share my screen, but it's wanting all sorts of permissions that it won't let me do without restarting my browser. So that's not...
I'm sorry about that. We're working on that. We'll try to help you and upload it as soon as we can. So if you can just speak about it without it, and as soon as we have it.
I'm just going to continue, but I just wanted to let you know what little interesting fun things are happening. Just let it go. Yeah. So,
all right.
Yes. So Chiron, born as a centaur, abandoned on a mountainside. There's a clue to his first, to his significance in our chart as a wound, and he is found by Artemis and Apollo. They raise him and nurture him. He grows to become a gifted healer and hunter and artist, a musician, a really wonderful, gifted in just about every field that he was taught. And as he grew older, he then became sought out by the gods as a tutor, as a mentor. And so he actually was a tutor to Asclepius, Heracles, Jason of the Argonauts, many of the heroes and wise beings that we know of from myth. Now, the clue there is to his wound. We know him as the wounded healer, and this is often seen as being something that came to him later as he ended up being poisoned. But really, the wounded healer, as I see it, is his first and inherent wound, because the wound that Chiron represents for us in our charts is inherent. We're not conscious of it. It's just part of our makeup, and we become aware of it as we mature. So the wounded healer, I'm seeing his significance to us as his very first wound of having been abandoned at birth. And his healing comes as a result of the unexpected ability to nurture him, give him an opportunity. And so what comes of this is for us to look in our own charts and see the similarities that we have in the story there through the placement. But first to the astronomy of Chiron. And as a celestial body, Chiron escaped the asteroid belt. He has characteristics also of a comet, but his designation is as a minor planet. So I'm not an astronomer. I can't quite explain how he is all of these things, but he's interesting and unusual. And as unusual as Chiron as a centaur was from the other centaurs who were known to be brash and boorish and, frightening creatures, he was gentle, very intelligent. And so Chiron, the asteroid or minor planet, has an irregular orbit. And that orbit spans from the the inner planets, the personal planets, which we can see with the naked eye. And it's elliptical. It's an irregular shape. It spans all the way through to the outer planets, out into the realms that we cannot see with the naked eye. So I see this as significant as being a bridge of sorts from what we see, what we can feel and touch, our 3D reality, and a more expanded sense of self, reaching outward to places that, you know, we can't feel with our tactile senses. And so in this way, Chiron, the astronomy of Chiron is also mirroring his action in our charts, or potential in our charts, as a bridge to our higher self with healing information along the way. Now, so Chiron as an asteroid was discovered in 1977, and his orbit, this irregular orbit, is just over 50 years. It's 50.7 years to take Chiron all the way around through the zodiac, 50.7. And so he doesn't spend an equal amount of time in each of the signs, though. Because of this elliptical orbit, he seems to move more quickly in some signs than others. Speaking about the astrology of Chiron and how the significance is portrayed and interpreted in our charts, he really is a symbol of both our inherent wound, as I mentioned, what we're unconscious of, also of our inherent potential, the gifts that we have that we also may not be aware of until we move through this healing. And so as Chiron's moving through the zodiac, he takes on the signature, the flavor, the archetypal energies of the zodiac sign that he's in. Oh my goodness, look at this. And so if we move forward, thank you so much, Julia and team. And here is Chiron's elliptical orbit that we can see, and moving out over into the outer planets. Thank you. And then the next slide here with astrology. Thanks so much. So this movement through the zodiac, Chiron takes on the flavor of the sign that he's in. And so natives born with Chiron in that zodiac sign, their wound will be imbued with the energetics and particularities that belong to that zodiac sign. Now there are retrogrades, and so it isn't a case of he's moved to one sign, just like the retrogrades, he moves back into previous signs. And as I mentioned, the time he spends in each of the zodiac signs varies greatly. It can be just over 1 year to up to 8 years. So it really varies a lot. That said, as Chiron is moving through the signs, the collective as a whole is also experiencing some of this flavor of Chiron. As we look at this on a collective level, societally, what are we resolving? What is being presented to us societally for healing and clearing? Because we always have a choice. And while Chiron represents this wounded healer potential within us, it certainly is only something that will fully activate itself with our choosing to engage with this energies and to take on this work of healing ourselves for ourselves. He's, as I mentioned, bridging the body and mind with spirit, and through our charts, the wound presents itself, although perhaps not so clearly. But when we look at the aspects of planets, other planets, and the fixed stars, we add this quantum level of insight and healing support just by choosing to engage with the journey, it doesn't magically open up for us and show us exactly what each piece is, because it does require us to individually engage with that energy, to want to engage with that energy. What is clear is that the support is undoubtedly there. It's just waiting for you to reach out and say, okay, I'm ready to move through this. Watching the transits of Chiron is also extremely helpful in this journey of healing. His orbit being 50.7 years, an individual's Chiron return happens at the age of 50 or 51. And this is a time when what will bring up, what will come present for you is a choice of revolution or evolution. And if the choice doesn't seem to be very clear, again, it's a matter of recognizing what it is that's presenting to you. Chiron returns are challenging, and so I would encourage anyone in advance of their Chiron return to pay attention to the transits that he makes and how these aspect your natal Chiron placement. This can be very helpful in gaining resources and tools. Whatever challenges we experience in our life, having additional resources is such a blessing, and we can be unaware that they're present. And this is the way I see the stars in particular working with Chiron. I see the planets as they aspect in our natal charts to be different energies very much at work. Whether or not we're engaging with them, those energies are at play. Again, these are often, we have the personal planets. These are available, active, co-creating energies. The star energetics in the context of Chiron are ready to co-create with you, but they will only do so with your invitation. And so there's so much beautiful magic to be had when we explore some of these different nuances of Chiron in our charts. And thank you. We could move to the next slide, which brings into the alchemy of Chiron. As I said, these energies of the other planets and stars aspecting Chiron further inform and enrich us, empower us in our ability to move through essentially what is shadow work. And the alchemical magic that Chiron brings to us and offers to us for assistance with it. The alchemy has a few steps, that it's a process, right? And so although everyone's process will look and feel different based on their unique circumstances, what their wound is, what their gifts are, the energies available to them, how we move through it will be different for every individual. But every individual will still take the same steps of first identifying and becoming aware of the patterns that we have, the wounded patterns. When we have awareness, we move then to acceptance and acknowledging, a recognition. And this is an exercise of being radically honest with oneself, acknowledging things we probably don't want to acknowledge on at least some level. When we can move past that resistance, that's the point when we can really access healing in a very powerful way. And through deep and intense compassion for ourselves, without judgment for what we may have done in the past, because it isn't about reviewing it or trying to overanalyze the whole experience, but rather to accept it and extract the learning that's there from it. When we move through this level of profound healing, we're also becoming becoming an assistance for the healing of others, whether we're conscious of it or not. When we move through this healing individually, we're then operating in the world as a healed person, or at least more healed than we were before. And this is a benefit to the whole collective. It's a beautiful process, difficult at times, but absolutely worth the experience and risk. And, you know, life is never without challenges. And so Chiron is providing us with a path to self-empowerment. While challenges may actually happen, it's undoubted that we have additional tools available to us. We know that challenges will occur in our life, but there's amazing, beautiful growth that can happen through this. And that is where we have to have trust within ourselves to navigate, and know that when we do that, when we put our trust in ourselves, this is when support becomes readily available to us. And so these encounters with alchemy will happen. And as we watch the transits in our chart of aspects with Chiron, we get greater information. And this is kind of like doing the work in advance of the return that we will all have at the age of about 50 or 51. And if we've approached this having done the work, it's a great deal easier. And this is the time when then the Chiron return becomes like a step up evolution. We feel we've already moved through, we've done most of the heavy lifting. And so then there's an opportunity to really come into our fullness after that return. And so I'll move to the next slide, please, and speak about Chiron in Aries. Chiron is presently in Aries and was in Aries from 69 to 77. So if you were born in those years, again, if it's during 69 or 77, there could be retrogrades. So you could have either Taurus or Pisces placement of your Chiron instead of Aries. However, for this generation, which is Gen X, the wounds of Chiron, so what is presenting us for this alchemical journey that we can see through Chiron's placement, is the wound of self-identity and unworthiness. There's often a fear of judgment. There can be denial and avoidance, anger, frustration. Aries being the I am of the zodiac, very forthright. The wound is to that very I am presence that Aries brings. And so Chiron in Aries will potentially have struggles with this self-identity, feeling the confidence of fully knowing who they are in themselves without looking to have further context beyond this. Now, we heal by giving ourselves what it is that we're seeking from others. And so where Aries placement of Chiron may have the native looking to be assured of their skills from others, be told what it is that's working well for them, that they excel in from others. All of this sort of validation, because there is not quite the faith of solid knowing of who they are in themselves. And it's quite a fascinating wound. If we look to see this in the collective, we can certainly see some of that happening at this time. There is a challenge of what it is we feel we know deep down, and then what it is that we're being told from outside. It's an exercise in true discernment. This, as I mentioned, what it is we're trying to seek from others and feeling frustrated or angry at not receiving is the very thing that we need to give ourselves permission to offer to ourselves. And that is through courageous action, a fearless self-expression, expressing with patience, and then experiencing also vitality, right? If we're living in fear of judgment, we're holding ourselves back and making ourselves smaller. And a healed Chiron in Aries has a renewed vitality, a greater energy for life. There isn't this trepidation to move forward and to say, well, gee, I've got a really great idea, but I'm going to better check in with somebody else, see if they think it's a good idea. So there's this pulling back or hesitation from moving forward that with a healed Chiron in Aries placement, we overcome this and we understand where it came from. We didn't start out as being aware of it, but as life continues, this happens. All of those transits that I said are, wise and helpful to look at as we approach the return. We then come to this culmination of a healed Chiron who is now ready to move beyond what may be seen as a limitation by others, or what might be experienced as a limitation, until we have availed ourselves of the resources available and learned to use the tools that are given to us or offered. And so there's embracing independence, giving oneself self-love, being truly compassionate, allowing emotional flow. And so we can give ourselves permission to express what we need to. And there may be a great deal that's been held back for various reasons. A healed Chiron in Aries is free to allow that emotional flow to happen. Or rather, I should say, a healing Chiron in Aries is about allowing some of that to flow. And some of that may be done in private. It may even be with additional assistance. But this is a very powerful undertaking, and we can create this healing crucible from which an empowered Aries can arise. This aspect of the Aryan personality being more engaging, more vital, more outgoing. This can be done and experienced more freely without some of these limiting beliefs that have otherwise been holding us in a smaller container than we need to be in. Now, the stars, which are on the next slide, the stars which are in Aries, collectively, we have been moving through Chiron in Aries now. He's at 19 degrees presently. So without having any detail here about exactly which degree these stars are placed at, we move through from the beginning in this order, beginning of Aries. Chiron transits, making a conjunction with each of these stars and then the galaxy. And so these energies are present, available, certainly at all times for the collective in supporting this transmutation of energy. And this will be in smaller ways, as the collective isn't keyed in fully to any one of these stars, but rather they have this influence and energetic engagement with us on a societal level, on a collective level. Individually, our Chiron placements natally may or may not be conjunct one of these stars while they are while Chiron is moving through Aries and at the time of our birth. And what I found interesting about the stars in particular looking in Aries here is that they almost move in the order of the alchemical process. So with Aries being the first sign of the zodiac, I have to consider, divine creation, source, oneness, and of everything being just as it is for a reason, because it seems to me like this fresh start at the beginning of the zodiac, it seems perfect and apt that the root of healing should be flowing through in the order of the stars, which Chiron conjuncts as he traverses the sign. So with Zeta Reticuli, this energy is evolutionary, analytical, methodical. We move to Alpha-Rats, which is bringing us healing assistance and enthusiasm for this shift. Tau Ceti is insightful and strategic, looking at moving through a harmonious, co-creative experience of this healing. So Aries, Chiron and Aries has moved to the part where it's being a little more outgoing. And then the Andromeda Galaxy finally is the liberator, absolutely unquestionably free, and an expression of a balanced divine masculine and feminine energetically. And so that really, I thought was really beautiful. And just to look at one other zodiac sign is Gemini. And the wounds of Gemini, which are on the next slide, they center around fears of learning and self-expression. There is a difficulty in finding the balance between the mental agility that's natural and an information overload. Like, you've asked and wanted all this information, but now it's kind of a lot. What do we do with that? And there can be either, in this situation of struggle, can either withdraw, or we can overcompensate and just kind of create a larger mess. What heals Chiron and Gemini is the engagement with the mastery of active listening and cultivating this as a practice, integrating information as it's received, which may otherwise just be like, okay, I've got this piece, I want more, but fully integrating, kind of chewing your food, learning to quiet the mind. All of this culminates in freeing one's true voice. And it isn't about the contest, it's just about the experience. Natives with Chiron and Gemini can be gifted speakers and very eloquent and intentional communicators when this wound is healed, and the limiting beliefs of not knowing enough or not having it quite perfect are dropped and allowed to leave. This is a beautiful and empowering energy for Chiron and Gemini. And the stars for Gemini on the next slide. Gemini is quite busy, a lot more stars than in the Aries zodiac. We move through the Pleiades stars. There is one star, Pleione, there. And again, this is about soul healing energy. The Hyadian stars bring this power of peace, so like a calmness, a restfulness in healing, this slowing things down, energetic calmness. Aldebaran star brings courage and wisdom, and is a Stargate. Archangel Michael energy. This is powerful, courageous, healing, wise energy. Very powerful. The stars of Orion, essentially, as a collective, the stars of Orion bring us duality integration. And so there's a conscious assistance, a consciousness assistance for us to be able to process the duality of our nature in a harmonious way, right? We can recognize it without joining into it and being caught up in it unconsciously. The Auriga Capella star, this is all about the freedom that we're seeking. And Polaris brings in a light frequency awareness when we look to that higher level, this higher aspect, as Chiron's elliptical orbit moves us out into these astral realms, into higher dimensional access to ourselves, our higher selves. And Polaris brings that frequency awareness. Oh, I skipped over Nihal, which is this interdimensional frequency, and it makes it much more accessible. So as Polaris brings in the awareness of these other frequencies, Nihal is understanding how it is that we can move through this. All of these energetics are available, again, as Chiron transits through the sign of Gemini, but individually could be very potent for the Chiron and Gemini native if they have a conjunction with any one of these stars. And certainly a lot of really powerful alchemical activating forces are present here. And so, yeah, I'm so grateful for all of this opportunity to be able to show all of you some of the information about Gemini, or rather about Chiron and in our natal charts. I actually have also got a free PDF. It's a little ebook that gives some information about Chiron in each of the zodiac signs. Thank you. I'm done with the presentation slides now. But so what I have is not the slides that I've shown here today, but it's actually a little ebook that gives some of the information for each of the zodiac signs of what is the wound in the zodiac sign, what is the healing available, also what may there be in past life experience, the karmic resolution that might be accessible or that we're here to resolve, and also a few listings of how the wound may manifest physically for us, right? Because the wound of Chiron being unconscious could be one that we internalize on a level that, if we don't address it, can really become problematic for us in some physical ways. And so I list some of the physical, the body areas that could be affected. And so it isn't all inclusive by any means, but it lists the placement by zodiac sign with that information, and also just the years that it's there. And of course, checking one's own chart and is the only way to know exactly what your Chiron placement is. But my hope is that this information is helpful for anyone and for everyone, and also not just in looking at our own charts and considering our own evolution, but those of the people we love. If we are aware, and we don't need to know exactly their natal Chiron placement, but if we can stop and consider that others also can be given some grace, if we can see them and their actions maybe in the context of a Chiron placement and what the inherent wounds may be, we're certainly, I hope, able to give them a greater degree of grace, be more forgiving and understanding ourselves. And as we do this, individually healing our Chiron and also giving this grace to others, this is how the collective rises. We do this as the individuals doing the work, and in this way, the whole of the collective rises. And I see so much promise and beauty ahead for us. And in this beautiful now moment, whatever challenges we might have, we've chosen to be here. So I think that we all have gifts and abilities that many of us may not even be tapped into yet. And we are more powerful than we know. And just a little bit of help, of pointers of where to look, can unleash all this positivity. Oh, I also have, so there's the gift of the little PDF or ebook, and which you'll reach by, you'll be able to access by emailing me. I also have a discount of 25% on any of my services for anyone who books before the end of January this month. And so I can be reached at quantumsunrise@protonmail.com. I believe Julia's got my, yes, there's my Instagram and website. So you can reach me through the website. All of my social links are there, as well as my email. And I'm so very much looking forward to hearing from you. And I hope that despite the little glitches, thank you so much to Julia and Margot and Kelly for helping to get my presentation up. So much gratitude to the whole team and our whole community. And Julia, especially for hosting this event. Thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Beautiful slides too. We have still a few minutes. I think we have about 10 minutes left.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Would it be okay if we go through some of the questions?
Of course, yes. Let me...
So what is your Chiron? What if your Chiron is also in your ascendant position too?
Oh, that's interesting. I think that I would think that it would be very present, like you may be aware of it right away, and it may be also part of that first house experience as a very core of who you are. I would love to know your thoughts.
Perhaps too.
Yes, yeah. I think if we're aware of it, that could really be maybe challenging from a young age, because we can't necessarily, depends on our circumstances, of course, but could also be easier if we're aware of this. Then in what way do we approach it, right? Do we seek to resolve it, or does it become something that we constantly feel like we're a chip on our shoulder type of thing? So I think that could go quite a lot of different ways, but I think that it would seem likely to me that it would be something we're almost conscious of from a young age, not understanding the why, but being conscious of the experience of it.
A client comes to mind with this placement who had parents who would raise her with negative conditioning. They tried to encourage her to do better, but actually the wording was in a negative way. So she grew up being conditioned that something is inherently wrong with her. And then as adult, she needed to work really hard on core belief system about who she is, who she really is. And then helping others with self-confidence issues. And she became really wonderful at that. She became NLP, neuro-linguistic coach with
beautiful. Well, and this makes sense, right? Because it's the language that really created that unending feeling, and that she really needed to then work through this very distinct pattern, and then to turn that around completely. And the glyph of Chiron being a key is that isn't lost on us, right? We unlock when we use the key. We have to use it. It's there, it's available, but until we pick it up and use it, we don't know what's in the treasure box, and it may surprise us, really, because it's what we don't want to look at, but it's so worthwhile when we do.
Our greatest wound can become our greatest gift that we
absolutely
can offer.
Yes. And yes, Kristen, there absolutely is information about Chiron and Taurus that I have in the ebook, but in Taurus, this is about the self and the body, our self-worth and security. So it can be, very practical matters. We can be afraid of losing the things that make our world possible, but talking about material goods. And so healing Chiron and Taurus is really a lot about becoming discerning about where we're indulging ourselves or where it is that we're truly doing something that's satisfying. So, are we looking to escape? And are we in that way looking to overindulge? Because this is also the thing with Chiron's wound, is we can overcompensate or we can just run away the other direction. And no matter what the placement is, there always seems to be this fulcrum. And of course, individuals, right? We take this all, there are innumerable possibilities of how this comes out depending on so many different factors.
I have Chiron in Taurus, so I can comment.
Ah,
What I learned through this placement is that I cannot place my sense of value and self-worth in my body or in the material things. It has to be in my higher self.
yes.
Every time I make that switch, I'm much more happier and grounded, centered, peaceful. And whenever I'm flipping to being too conscious of the body and how it's received or the material surroundings, it always feels as a wound. So
Yes. Yeah.
being on self-worth, self-values, it's definitely a big theme. And I'm just looking at the stars in Taurus. There are Andromedan stars supporting Chiron in Taurus, also Pleiadian stars in the high degrees of Taurus, and Capellus and Algol, so Perseus stars. So I would just say with Andromeda, definitely a strong theme there with Taurus, all about becoming liberated from the limitations of how we perceive our self-worth.
Yeah.
It can be very limiting, and I can't think of the word. And the Andromedan frequencies are all about liberation and freedom and joyful self-expression, no matter what. You just know you are worthy because you are. And then with the Pleiades, they would often have that wound of trying to please everyone and wanting to make everyone happy. And so that, again, there is like out of balance energy that needs to be cleared. So we're clearing kind of for the Pleiadian collective too. Stepping into that higher frequency. And with Capellus and Algol, there, with that alignment to Chiron, I believe the connection, it can be also very confusing about perceiving other people's thoughts and ideas about us. That person can be very sensitive to feeling, sensing, hearing other people's judgment about themselves. So when you accept it as your truth, it can be very, again, limiting. Again, I can't think of that word for it. So it's important to realize the difference between other people's self-insecure judgments projected onto you and knowing your own self-worth in your higher self, in your connection to source, and then transmuting that also for the collective of the Perseus.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And there's a great deal, I think, at least at the present time, I think collectively, there's a great deal of ancestral karmic wounding that is being cleared out. And I think it's really a point of potency that the full moon we've just had was conjunct Chiron, where we had, not conjunct Chiron, but that Chiron is at the exact degree in Aries that he was at the time of the solar eclipse in April. And so it's like there's this culmination of release that's taking place. And like I mentioned, it's when this return happens, which if we look at this it isn't a return, but Chiron is now back in that same place. We have revolution or evolution. And this doesn't need to be outwardly so, right? But internally, I think we have so much happening that we individually are also seeing this, like, what do we do about this? And it really is only by finding ourselves balanced within, right? Whenever we look outside that for that feedback or reassurance, that so often just comes back with mixed messages or something unclear, or, because that isn't where we find our true anchor. It's always within.
And I just want to add about the Taurus, but anyone with Chiron in Taurus in the high degrees, so the last decan, especially from 24 degrees and higher. Uranus is currently conjuncting all those higher Taurian degrees. So Uranus really helps at this time for us to become truly liberated from those conditionings of outdated patterns, of limiting self-beliefs and things like that. So what a wonderful time to work on reconditioning the deep subconscious.
And so much calling us, like, again, to the outer planets, going beyond what it is that we can see and feel. And so especially when things in the 3D, in the material, seem so very upended or challenging in one way or another, it's that moving to, like, having faith that although we can't see it, it's taking place, it's forming, it's shaping.
We have one more question. What if Chiron is in Pisces in the 12th house? It's a good one.
That's a lot, and very internalized, I think, in many ways, because Chiron in Pisces is boundaries, is our spirituality, our higher mind. And so Chiron in Pisces may be very confused, may not know how to move forward under their own beliefs without, like, feeling restricted by either their own beliefs, what they've been brought up with, or that of family or society. In the 12th house, some of this may be feeling even more fateful, or also maybe feeling at odds with what you feel like you've moved towards in your life. So in that conflict, it's always a come back to where the center is of yourself and your inner knowing. That's really a lot, I think, in that placement.
It's kind of double of the same similar archetype, right? And very, very almost like hyper aware of the collective wound, collective conditioning of trauma. And what an opportunity there to become the master healer guide of the collective wounds. Deeply compassionate ability for healing. And it's important to realize the difference between what's yours and what's everyone else's. And if you can allow those higher frequencies of the cosmos to come through, to allow yourself to be a channel for just healing whenever you feel those wounded, confusing frequencies coming through, that may be the gift in it then, to feel the power of healing.
Yeah, Chiron in Pisces can, because that can be deeply challenging. And so escapism, substance abuse, these things can come into it. And so if there's anyone with Chiron in Pisces who's struggled with this, and especially because these things are not obvious. These chironic wounds are seldom, they're hidden from ourselves, and they're seldom obvious to others unless they're looking more deeply themselves. And so it can be very, that lure to escapism could almost be even your last resort, right? Like, I tried everything and okay, fine, I'm just going to check out of this conversation with myself. I don't need to make life more difficult. But so if anyone's having that experience, just know that what you're seeking is within you. And if someone's not hearing you or respecting what it is that you're offering, it isn't you, it's the audience. And in what way are they ready to receive that information? And so really cultivating boundaries for Pisces is very important. Emotional boundaries, like you were saying, feeling the collective so very deeply can be such a challenge. And a lot of clearing is very helpful for healing Pisces, and then moving towards the deeper energetics at play that Chiron can bring to our attention.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Tara, for this enlightening topic and conversation that hits deep for many of us. And there's so much more there to explore. So, and for the gift that you offered too with the presentation. By the way, I will be emailing links and access to individual speakers' gifts on Sunday at the end of the summit. I am conscious of sending too many emails in relation to the summit, so I just want to put everything together in one place so it'll be easily accessible to everyone. So it's coming.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And yeah, I will be here. I'll go through in the comments and so much gratitude for this whole collective and everyone who's watching, who is ready to reach out for something and look for more knowledge and more information with so many wonderful speakers. I know there's something for everyone. It's very beautiful.
Thank you, Tara. We'll see you shortly after the next segment.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome speaker number 5 of day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, Carla Cosentino. Her topic is animals as part of our soul family. Carla is an astrologer, multidimensional healer, animal communicator, and alchemist. She's the creator of the Divine Alchemy, School of Alchemy, where she teaches and accompanies others to discover their potential and understand the path they travel from the evolutionary perspective of the soul. Astrology began as a hobby, and after years of great personal transformation, it turned out to be the most appropriate language and method to guide others on their path of self-knowledge. While developing her previous profession, she dedicated herself to learning tools that would allow her to address and understand all human aspects, energetic, emotional, psychological, and spiritual. Today, she uses her knowledge as an animal communicator, energy healer, bioemotional decoder, astrologer, and systemic therapist in consultation, and in her school focused on teaching others to understand the needs, desires, and higher purposes of the soul, and how to put into practice the necessary changes to be able to live from the heart. Today, Carla will talk about the differences between an earthseed and starseed animal companion. Animal companions as part of our evolution teams, animals doing their ascensional journey, and why use animal communication in combination with galactic astrology. How to use galactic astrology if you don't know your animal's birth date. So all that will be covered today. Carla will present this live, so she'll be available to answer your questions or feedback after her presentation. Let's enjoy this delightful topic. Welcome to the stage, Carla.
Thank you, Julia. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all here. It's really a lot of pleasure for me to be here today. I want to acknowledge all the work that already Julia and the team already did for being here, and all the amazing members that have been sharing their insightful knowledge here with us. For me, it's really amazing thing that after, I don't know, 10 years doing this, I've been able to talk in a place like this with so many people that are interested to understand and know more about our animal companions. And Actually, as already Julia said to all of you, I start giving some differences before going into the slides, just to think all together how vast can be not only have an animal at home as your animal companion, have the possibility to communicate with them, and then if you want to go even deeper, have this amazing tool of Galactic Astrology, just to see where our contacts with them. I start thinking that probably was 3 years ago when I start having different kind of animal in my animal communication sessions, where they start talking more openly about their journey, their ascension, how they've been here, why they choose the family that they choose, and even one particular one that I will be just introducing with you in a few minutes, bring to the consultation the concept of they being together, being a family, they being like traveling through the stars, and actually was the first human and dog that I reached out after deciding my topic, just to check on their charts and figure it out, well, what exactly was the connection. And that was how a new service shows up for me and for you, in case that you want to come and take a session between the both modalities. But the thing is, like, when they start spending more time talking about their journey and the reasons because they've been here, I'm noticing something that probably was new for me. For some other animal communications, could something that they don't even grasp because they don't understand or they don't see galactic as part of our life as souls and as previous journey for us. So it was interesting because I needed to trust again in my intuition and go deeper and actually start asking even more to those who are now with me as animal companions, to figure it out how they can help us to understand this particular new enlightening concepts that they've been sharing with me. And of course, many of you, if you are animal lovers or you have animals at home, you can have a special connections with some particular ones that previously been with you in your life. Probably you have different moments where you encounter animals during trips and something deep happened with us. And that was something that I actually, in the last 2 months and a half, been studying, just to share that part as well. Because as good, you can imagine, many of us as a starseed, as indigos, even new kids, those are the ones that actually been sharing more the necessity to have animal companions in their lives. I have different kids that are working with their mothers. They are really young. Some of them I already know them before they're incarnated and they become a baby where the mother was pregnant too. And all of them mention animals as part of their teams for this new era, having the possibility to share daily, the possibility to communicate with their own teams, the starseed nations where they come from, and have the chance to adapt even better to this human experience that it's really complex for many of us as starseeds here. So it's interesting because probably you know the name that I won't go into share with you if you are into this modality. And first person that actually opened to me the chance to go deeper, know more, trust in my abilities as intuitive person with animals was Penelope Smith, that many people call her as a grandmother of animal communicators. She lives in US and
She's a really, really amazing woman. That thing her and the ability to share what for her was so natural was for many of us the opportunity to start opening to the idea not only that we can communicate with animals, but giving ourselves the permission to learn from them. And something that is really common for us as human and more for starseeds, indigos, or even new kids is we normally giving for granted that those animals that we connecting the most are part of our starseed nation, or they are part of our soul family, and sometimes not all of them remember. And I think that it's important to understand that sometimes even when we as humans tend to say they know better, and believe me, I feel you, because I'm one of those, and I know that because they are part of a soul family and a group family, something that we lost, and we are relearning, retraining ourselves to feel again connected and in unity with others from our same species. We tend to give it for granted that all of them are teachers. And yes, in some way they're teaching us, but in some other way, sometimes they come to unlock in us the possibility to actually reach a point where we can awake different gift just to be able to become healers, for example, or be able to do something that we are scared to do. And big part of the time, those are the animals that we can set, if you want to, just to put in a name, as we can do with humans, those that probably been here for a long time, and those of them that for different reasons being a part of humans lost in our sense of unity, lost in our purpose to be actually guardians of this beautiful gem that Earth is, and all the life beings that actually share with us from all the natural kingdoms. Sometimes we don't understand that many of them are waiting for us to stop overthinking, stop guessing if we are able to do it or not, and just get into a role that we came here to do, just to start helping them to remember. And it's interesting because when I choose this topic, I made it the same way that I'm doing it when I'm working with my intuition side. And astrology in general, and of course galactic astrology too, make us put a little bit in the mind, remembering stuff, knowing if this planet and this other is are doing an opposition, and that's fine. But when we are working in this kind of openness to just receive what animals want to share, because we can of course answer things and they will be making questions and they will be answered back. But at the same time, the superpower for an animal communicator is just be a listener. And when I hear that that was a moment to putting this at the service and being the voice of them once again, I never put my attention into something that later I share with our community and was mind-blowing for me. We are, as probably you already know, and many other members already mentioned it, the lunar nodes changed sign. And they changed to North Node on Pisces and South Node in Virgo. And these are the two houses, the two signs that represents animals. So I can expect that probably they just want me for you to share, that this will be an amazing 18-month for any of you that want to jump into the idea to start learning, practicing more, communicating with them. This will be a moment to be in service. So I want to just share, and if you can share with me, guys, the presentation, please, Julia. Thank you. I will just start the story with Milos. Milos is this beautiful dog, and with him was the first one that I jumped in, asking permission to the human that live with Milos if they been agreed to take a look in their charts, because he was the one that said that he coming here to anchor in a specific frequency from the star family that they've been sharing, and they needed to remember and activate during this life together something that they already shared in other previous lifetime. With Milos was super easy to take a look in the chart, because he is actually a puppy that stay at home, and the human that lives with Milo, Erica, that is not here now, but thank you for being so nice to let me share your stories. And Milo's mom and dad live with Erica too, and it's amazing because Erica, for a long time as a starseed, felt that he was just lonely, that he would never be able to have a family, but of course decide to bring the mom and dad of Milos home and finally stay with Milos, and that was a family for her. But eventually Milos, and the first communication when bringing this idea, said to us that she needed to connect it with something that was essential for her to fulfill her human mission, and was the mission of Milo, activate that frequency. And the frequency was a frequency of joy. And of course, no one better than those that have dogs at home, that know that they are waiting for us, that are always enthusiastic, loving our presence no matter what. And of course, Milo, when mentioned this, was one of those animals. Not always animals do this in communication, but those animals that actually said to me, she thinks that she will be not having a family. And I recognize pretty well now when they share something with me that is not the moment to share with their humans. So I laugh and just keep going and answer the questions. And finally, with the pass of the years, Erica have two beautiful starseed kids. They're a family with one lovely husband that said that he don't understand and don't remember anything about what we're talking about, but he's fine if everyone is fine. And following the story, and actually Milos, when we check, they have the same alignment that the rest of the family have. The kids, Milos and Erica, have a strong connection with Pleiades. And if you can take a look here, you can reach and read where are those typical abilities and frequencies that starseeds from Pleiades used to share. And here said, the enthusiasm of being able to see the potential in each being brings enthusiasm and connection with the divine spiritual origin and the ability to live with joy in unity. Milos was the one that actually probably putting this idea in my mind. Of course, those that live with me being anchoring and helping me to try to find the stories, and even those stories that I decide to share with you guys are amazing because are connected in some way with the frequencies of 2025. So let's take a look in those next slides. Thank you. So where we can see, if you are here with your chart, animal companions in our chart. Let's say that you don't know, you don't have an idea where they're born, they just show up, and no matter what's happened, we can take a look in small animal companions that living with us. And you can put here, if you are those that have the actually blessing to live in a farm animals can be part of those in the 6th house. We will take a look which are the alignments or the connections on that 6th house, just to see what kind of frequencies probably your animal companions are trying to awake, or that are trying to actually anchor with you, or even sometimes helping you to be a liaison just to connect with your Star Nation family. But if you take a look at the next one, please, the next slides, you will see those other animals, the big ones. Let's say that someone go to work as a volunteer, or you are, I don't know, a biologist, and you want to take a look where these big or wild animals normally are in our chart, where we can take a look, and that is the 12th house. Pisces energy, service. The ones that are animal companions are the 6th house, that actually is the wealth, and actually is the health house. And it's interesting because are the routines right there too, and normally they provide us more health when they are living with us. But in this particular case, 12th house is the place that you can take a look. For example, let's say that you travel to India and you had the possibility to have a huge encounter with an elephant, or you go to the mountains and you can actually perceive or hear a bird. Just take a look, because that particular moments are moments that we can take a look in our transits and figure it out which one of these starts or transits are happening in the house that we will be encounter. An animal can be a cat, and you are heartbroken and you just don't have animals at home, and for some reason you find one walking on the street. That particular encounter can be actually triggering a healing moment for you, and you can take a look in the transit in your 6th house, and in these big wild animals on the 12th house. That's one of the ways to take a look. I will be, please, Julia, asking you for the next one. Thank you. I bring Lorenzo because this was one of my he was one of that animals that traveling. I previously worked as a tour guide and travel all over. And first time traveling to Italy, I went to a special town that was a town where my mom's last name was origin. And Lorenzo was a cat looking pretty like this one that I sharing with you, that I calling the artist cat, because every single time that I went to a museum or went out of the opera or coming back home, passing through different scenarios of people painting, he was always there. And in that time was interesting because I didn't know anything about galactic astrology, but I just have in my journals all the moments that I met him, where I just crossed him, and all the sensations that I had when I met him. So what I did was taking a look on the 6th house, which one star was in alignment in that moment, and from all house that is the fixed star representing Pisces. That's the one that actually present in my chart when Lorenzo come over. And I felt that really beyond words connection that sometimes we have with some animals. Animals lovers, we just say hi to every single animal that we cross, but we don't have the same kind of connection with all of them. And in this particular case, I just bring my diaries just to take a look in this idea that we can finally figure it out, which kind of activation or alignment or remembering we are having when we encounter special animals like this one. So Lorenzo, thank you for that. I will be just asking you for the next slides. Philippe is other really special being for me. He was one of the first animal communications impatient for me, because I normally, for those who are open, and I'm always asking permission for humans before doing this, normally they show me when they need a healing or they need a clearing of some energies. So he was pretty sick. He was an orphan in Sarah's farm, a friend of mine that live in Norway. And actually Philippe come over inside home really quickly, and she just write me immediately saying he's so sick, I don't know if he will make it, please if you can do something. And of course I work with him, and immediately, even when he was probably hours old, he was showing me a strong emotional connection and bond with Sarah. And in that moment, I couldn't understand really well what's going on. So I just make the healing, and that was it. However, he improved really fast, and we keep in touch, knowing and seeing Philippe grow until he was able to develop a better message, saying that he was here to helping Sarah to heal previous lifetimes traumas. And in those lifetimes, Sarah was lost in their childs being really young and really sick. And in this incarnation, even when a soul contract for her was coming here and having a family, and actually beautiful Starseeds was waiting for her to be her mom, she needed to take the step to heal that before being able to get pregnant. And that was exactly the mission of Philippe. After Philippe was here, she was happy. He actually had a new calf and passed away, no reason apparently. And immediately from the other side, he said, mission accomplished. This was it. I just needed to come. And he mentioned being in alignment of this healing that he did. So again, I just call and reach Sarah to take a look on Philippe the day that Philippe come over home and everything else. And just because she's really into astrology, we figured it out, this alignment of Alpharats between the son of Philippe and the sixth house of Sarah, where normally we can see animals, but it's interesting because it's in a position that actually is between 5 and 6 house. And that was pretty beautiful, because sometimes when we cannot be able to define houses, we tend to, well, at least some of my clients, to think, oh, it's too much work that I need to do, 2 signs that are in the same house. However, in this particular case, was so clear that he came to do this. And actually we time to time stay in touch. These animals that actually I'm calling animals from the stars, normally when connect with an animal communicator, if it's something that I need to address for you or for the person that you are in touch, they come over in dreams or wherever, and just you wanna, like, they want sometimes send some messages, and I'm pretty honored to be able to be a translator for that. So I'm always have Philippe really near of my heart. And I will be sharing with you one more slide. And you will hear here Bella. Bella is the cat. It's almost like the cat that you can see here. And Soul from the Stars, if that was one, that was for sure he was from there. And again, many of my clients, when do animal communications, we keep in touch. Sometimes they've been previous clients and then decide to do animal communication. Some others are just animal communicator kind of clients. And then we have those that are mixed. But Bella is from Belgica. And it's interesting because when we take a look, again, pretty similar situation with Milo. We knew when Bella born, and she exuded elegance and beauty, and the place where she live, it's full of actually live with an artist, so it's full of paintings and music, and she was one of the first clients that actually shared with me the music that she loves. So then was something more often that happened with some specific animals. And now with these new bottoms where people can teach cats or dogs just to talk, we can see that actually some of them really love music. And in that moment when I just reached Angela, I suppose that Bella was just probably in alignment on some kind of star that bringing that aristocratic kind of energy. And later, I just figured it out that Shadir is, I'm not sure if I am pronouncing well, sorry, but is in alignment with the nodes during this year too. So let's see, a lot of the information of these animals that are four, I never think about the number. Four is a number that we use to anchor energy, and all the energy that they decide to bring and share with you are the ones that actually choose and decide to call. Because if you think about it, guys, I reach 150 cases that I couldn't ask for permission. However, I just decide, following the guidance of my cats here, just trying me to point in some specific ones. And even today, when I've been pretty nervous before in the backstage, I'm start doing my breathing and everything. And one of my, I just mentioned because I know that my sister is around, and she want to know this. She lives far away where I live now. And actually, we used to have a Rottweiler that passed away suffering a cancer many years ago. And even when he passed away, it was a beautiful connection between my brother, sister, my mom, and him. And he shows up, and I is here with me now, anchoring me, just to push him, saying you can do it. And always the reason because of a nervous are because knowing that they needing desperately to us pay attention, not only as we lovers, animal lovers do, just interacting in a way that we can finally understand that many times, and this is something that I wanna specifically share with you guys, many times we don't have partners, many times starseeds don't have family, don't have kids, many times we feel alone and lonely and far away from home. But as the name of my website called Galactic Soul Healing Journey, we are healing, and we are coming here just to remember, collect our pieces, and passing through that part, and remembering that we are those that come in here to anchor unity again. But we cannot anchor something that we don't discover, that we lost and we lose for so long. So they wanting you to know, and I know that someone here needed to hear this. Many of your animal companions that pass already to the other side of the veil, and many of those that are here now with you guys, want to let you know that they are part of your soul family. Sometimes there are even those that open our heart to a new love, and you can feel that you don't need anything else more than your dog, and then finally you discover that you are open again and you are able to get out and meet someone. So don't underestimate the power of your soul, because sometimes we came here and decide to come together, as happened with some of them, of Milo, for example. But in some other cases, we are here and we feel lonely and we pray and pray, and finally one animal shows up and are just, as happened with us, an animal from the stars that just come with the idea to make that union with the part of a soul that we are missing. And we must know that many times those that we are praying for are right next to us. So I just want to give a space for someone. If you have questions, I didn't take a look on the commentaries. I think that we have just one more slides just to share with you my gift. And I want to share something else, because I knew it that needed to be 3, let's say. And at the beginning was, of course, for all of you that want to be part of a giveaway free animal communication. You just go to my website, you will be see a pop-up, you will be just putting your name, your email, and I will be just doing a giveaway, and which one it is will be communicated, of course, by email. I will be just doing a video just to be transparent and letting you know which one was the one that actually won. And in other case, thank Milo. Milo, Erica, and myself took many hours doing an investigation to share with you this particular new concept and idea that blew my mind. And Milo said, you must do this. And it's a new consultation that I will be start offering after this, with a huge discount for those that want to jump and claim that gift, that is animal and human galactic chart consultation. And it's interesting because for that one, what I do is stay in communication with the, let's say, cat, dog, animal, just to see if what I'm receiving from your chart is the connection that this animal is bringing and anchoring. Some are like the best of both worlds. And the idea is for us this: let your mind and your heart know that you are not alone, that perception that you have with your animals, that sometimes you feel they're part of my family, they're like my kids, sometimes they're even being your kid in your previous lifetime. And just because the universe is fractal and we are here and we are there, and multidimensionality makes that all happening once. Sometimes that this moment is the past moment, and then will be a future moment where you will be both incarnated in the same place, having the same experience as the same species. So this was something else. But just because I knew, I will be just add one. I'm just taking a look now. Sorry, guys. I'm just paying attention on the chat, and I will be just paying attention in a minute. It's interesting because after one particular member of our community that mentioned that the brother lost his house during the LA fires, I actually want to open, for those that want to do it, on a special space for doing healing for those animals that been lost, giving transit if you want to, or animal communication. So if any of you are here and you had this heartbroken situation, or a person near you having same kind of situation, reach me out, and I will be becoming very emotional with this kind of stuff, because I just feeling everything. But that's part of a superpower. And I want to every single time that a natural disaster happen, no matter where around the world, I'm always do this. So I just want to offer this for you guys, because I know how difficult can be. And again, can be a moment where, if you are really touching for some specific point on Earth that is happening this kind of stuff, take a look, because probably you are connected with that landmass, you are connected with that situation, and that is awakening in us a trauma of a previous lifetime that needed to be addressed and healed. So that will be the third giveaway. I will be just mentioning later for the last email that Julia will be sending. And I want to just, I don't know how much time I have. I normally speak a lot, so I would just taking a look.
You have about 7 minutes, so you're doing great. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay if I bring up some of the questions on the screen so you can see them?
Yeah, of course. Okay. This
great.
one is in Spanish. If you want, I will be just translator, asking if animals have souls as ours, if they have higher self, and if a human can reincarnate as an animal, or an animal. Okay, it's a little bit a mess there, but it's like, okay, I will be just, she want to know if there are different races from different dimensions. So I will be just recap, because it's in Spanish. Animals have souls. It's interesting because, and they have a soul like us. There are individuals having individual journeys, but the huge difference is that they are connected. Let's say soul as an individual portion of the spirit, and the spirit are the part that connect all the same races. Let's say all humans have a spiritual soul. All cats have they are calling Devikan, and Devikan cat are the one that, in my case, I connect with when I doing healings and when I doing animal communications. But every single cat doing their individual journey, coming to directly to sending that information to the Devikan cat. That's something that we lost. We lost that connection with the spirit. That's from my perspective, of course, and I'm open to all of you that can have a different one. But the reason, because it's so important, our role here, is because when we come to Earth, we decide to be part of those that actually being guardians and taking care of all the other natural kingdoms. So that's a good thing. And then they can, and that's my my experience, they can be, and I have one recently, they can be a human in other nation and then arriving here as a cat, because it's the only way that they will be able to share with you a daily life and supporting you in your journey. So when you are doubting if you want to have or not a pet, and you think it will be a problem, but I needed support, let's do it. Okay, question. Just saying. Yeah. Our pets could be kids in previous lifetimes. Yes, they can come over again and reincarnate several times. Let's say if a kid, I will be just putting an example just to make it easier for me, because it's not my mother language, English, just so I don't want to make a mess. Let's say that you have a kid and you live together in Lyra, and then you come over here for whatever reason, but the rest of your Lyran family don't, for whatever reason. And he or she can come and incarnate as a cat, as a dog, as a bird, to stay with you, and then coming back just for you to remember, to healing. And actually sometimes they can be even those that, let's say your cat pass away or get lost, and then 5 years later you are pregnant, can be even the same soul. What I'm trying to open here is open the mind of all of us, because we are remembering, and as we are remembering, we are learning how much we decide that was like, for example, if was a cat, was always a cat. No. If was a human, was always a human. That coming from other era, other timeline is not how it's worked now. From the moment that Starseeds come over, everything changed. So we cannot give them for granted that all of them are ascending. Some of them are ascending, some others don't. And it's not because they are not ascending. What I'm trying to say with this is we are all ascending here. All there are living beings are ascending, but actually those that are ascending and knowing that they are making the ascensional process as us, as awakened beings, are making an extra work that we can do in a total full video on that. Do you think there is a correlation with similar breeds or of cats and stars? Susan, that's interesting, because I couldn't have enough time to take a look deeply, and I just got my degree in October with the Galactic Astrology. So knowing this, I will be promising you going deeper, and those that want to be part of my newsletter, I will be just letting you know what I can figure it out. So yeah.
I love that. I love that question, if I may, from Suzanne. And just even thinking about it, I would say it may have just been a synchronicity of the similar frequency, but it will be based on their birth chart rather than breed, right? Because the same breed can be born at different times, and then the personalities will be very different, even though it's same breed. So I think it was just synchronistic that they may have had very similar astrological alignments and perhaps soul family as such, right?
What I can think or perceive that probably originally speaking, breeds they can over with some characteristics, but who knows now? I think that alignments will be let us know more, and it's easier when you have an alignment and you can ask. It's like, okay, what do you think about this? And they will be just let us know if it's something that they will be feeling alignment or not. And I think that this will be something that will be open more and more investigation. So I'm happy.
What a beautiful topic. What an amazing niche that you're developing here, and no better woman for this. Thank you for this gift. There are so many comments and questions there for you in the forum. So enjoy staying behind, please, and interacting with
Yes,
the
and I will be
community.
just answer. Yeah.
I'm going to
Thank you,
introduce our
Julia.
next speaker. Thank you, Carla.
No, bye-bye.
Of day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Simone Ariel. She'll introduce Systemic Constellation Journey. Simone has lived between Australia and Brazil, bringing a diverse background in holistic arts and a lifelong passion for astrology. Her journey with Galactic Astrology began in 2005, and in 2022, she encountered my content and online courses, which deepened her understanding of the practice. In 2020, Simone began her studies in systemic constellation, and today she combines both practices to support her clients in uncovering their multidimensional ancestral heritage, as well as healing and evolving on their life journey. So this is another example of what I shared on day 1 of the summit, how deeply inspiring it is for me to witness the growing collective of various holistic therapy practitioners applying what they learned in Galactic Astrology course, the Quantum Soul Guidance Practitioner course, adding that information of the stars and of evolving soul journeying through cosmos, adding that to other existing modalities and feeling the activating potential and the transformational effect it has on their clients. So I'm just so deeply honored to hold space for gifted healers, teachers, guides in our growing Quantum Soul Guidance community. So welcome, Simone. Take it away. And the viewers, if you'll have any direct questions to Simone or feedback on her modality and her niche that is beautifully developing here, feel free to leave a question in the comment or reach Simone on her own channels. All the links are provided. Or if you go to my website, juliabalaz.com, click on the practitioners page, you'll find Simone's story there. Welcome to the stage, Simone, and thank you for sharing this gift with our community.
Hello, I'm Simone Ariel. I'm a Quantum Soul Guidance practitioner and also a family constellation facilitator. And I'm here today to explain the fuse of these two powerful and transformative techniques. According to the studies of the English biologist Rupert Sheldrake, we are not just matter, the physical part that corresponds to the human body. Sheldrake is responsible for studies in the field known as the morphological or morphogenetic field. He points out that there is much information within us that goes beyond our physical mass, that is beyond what is tangible within us. Within this explanation, it is important to highlight that we literally inherit everything from our ancestors. the issues they faced, their difficulties, their fears, their desires, their behaviors, and the habits they practice. This inheritance is beyond our sight. It remains present in what we call the family system. And for this reason, it's understood that there are completely different behaviors between families when compared. Speaking about the morphic field, I can say that this field is an intelligence responsible for storing valuable information for our survival. Information about the evolution of our species. And Sheldrake could illustrate these types of information using some examples from nature. A turtle, when it's born, does not receive any information about what it should do, but instinctively and immediately heads towards the sea. It knows what it needs to do. And we also find a great example in the school of fish. The fish know how to swim together and avoid colliding, knowing the best position for defense against predators. The synchronization between various animals of the same species are also observed in birds and occurs due to the instinct of survival. And where do these species of information come from? They pass through the morphogenetic or morphological field, which is transmitted from generation to generation. Systemic constellation is based on enabling access to what echoes within you. It facilitates subconscious revelation of what is resonating internally within you. And many times we do not understand the behavior we are exhibiting, or even a certain behavior of a relative. Sometimes we are in tune with something greater, which we do not understand. Constellation provides the opening of this field so that there is knowledge about these issues. It's called phenomenological because it reveals itself through sensations. So to bring a better understanding of systemic constellation, I need to introduce here the discovery of Bert Hellinger, born in Germany in 1925. And from these early years at boarding school during his childhood, to his youth during the World War II. He served the army alongside the thousands of men at historical moment. He was on the front lines for more than 2 years and literally fought. He was captured, became a prisoner of war, and after a year in this condition managed to escape and went back to Germany. In his country, he decided to dedicate himself to the priesthood. He was sent to a missionary to South Africa, where he had the opportunity to live with the Zulu community. There, he came into contact with new forms of interpersonal relationships, and he observed that the relationships within the local tribes were based on deep and natural mutual respect among the tribe's members. After this period, he returned back to Germany and he left celibacy and was able to study many techniques. In the 1980s, Bert Hellinger states that constellation did not fall from the sky from him. On the contrary, there had already being a long-standing work being carried out by Thea Louise, psychiatrist and medical director of the University Hospital of Hamburg. Thea was the first woman in Germany to serve as the director of the Department of a Child and Adolescent Psychiatrist. She carried out numerous works to assist children and people with the aftermath of war trauma and concentration camp experience. She was the one who invited Bert Hellinger to participate in several seminars that helped him to further experience the relationship between causes and emotional effects that he had not known before systemic constellations. There is a long road ahead, and many people have already benefited from the practice of constellation. He who does not know his story tends to repeat it. Honoring your story and your ancestors does not mean being a prisoner of them. Choose to free yourself. Nowadays, we have constellations within anchors, props, horses, variety of ground anchors, or dolls which can float in the water. And the main purpose of systemic constellation is to provide the client with a new perspective of their issue, allowing them to absorb new information, possibilities, resources, and insights. This leads to resolving conflicts and replacing familial and social system influence with their own internal guidance. It helps to transform relationships as a consequence of observing the dynamics that unfolds, and most importantly, the client's internal movements of acceptance. There is a few main areas that family constellation can be applied. Whenever you have a problematic relationship, whenever you need to make a decision, big decision in life, to overcome internal and external conflicts, seeking for professional assistance in this phenomenological modality in constellations. So the constellation, it's a process of transformation and harmonization in the family, personal, professional, and relational dynamics, aligning entangled causes of this system according to Bert Hellinger's systemic philosophy. Several techniques exist to open the morphic or morphogenetic field. So the water constellations, it is a naked eye phenomenon because it is a powerful method for accessing the unconscious. The invisible moves the visible. I will be using those that floats in the water, and they will act as amplifiers of the morphic energy within the client's family field. They will move according to the energy of this morphic field, offering insights into the dynamics of the system. Water constellations explore the influence of morphic resonance and epigenetic marks inherited from our ancestors. It also interacts with the family unconscious and DNA, reflecting the deepest aspect of ourselves, passed down through several existences. The constellation in individual sessions, using dolls, anchors, and objects, it represents images of the systemic family psyche, and this work occurs without interference from other agents, involving only the client and the family field, and the resonance field is amplified by the client's freedoms of choice. Bert Hellinger mapped 3 natural laws governing human relationships. He called that orders of love, and he explains that our soul craves belonging, order, and balance. So, hierarchy is the first, established by order of arrival, belonging, established by bonds, compensation, established by giving and receiving. The orders of love are resonance within the morphogenetic field. During this research, Bert Hellinger was able to identify a standard sequence that he called systemic entanglements. He realized that if these issues are not well defined within the family, they can cause the repetition of patterns across generations until they are respected. He refers to these issues as the orders of love. The orders of love are the ways in which we perceive a family system that may be in disharmony, potentially developing in repetitive cycles. When the facilitator opens the field to begin a constellation, this is the main point observed and identified by them. They look for what? within these three pillars might be entangled and causing something in the person's life to the point where they cannot find resolution. Once identified in the constellation, the facilitator helps the person understand the background of this dynamic. So now that we know the basics of the systemic constellation, we are going to do practice work where I bring together the water constellation together with my Galactic Astrology chart. I have here my own chart with all the positions, all the elements, all the planets, and also I have here the main star systems that I'm connected and aligned to places where I had past lives. And I believe that the very first one I would like to explore, it's my Uranus in Virgo, where I have conjunct Draco, conjunct Tuban. So I'm always being a bit of concerned about this, although there are many people that already said that there was the dragon lineage, and they're actually quite Pacific heritage. But I want to know a little bit more because my chart, it's quite complex with Uranus, Moon, Pluto between the third and fourth house. This alignment always, and then they have some squares and some hard aspects. Brief overview. I always had lots of struggles in my childhood, and for me, that stellium on the fourth house always brought a lot of heaviness. So I would like to know a little bit more deep if that connection is still affecting my life in the present moment, and how can I clear, and what do I have to clear to make my life a little bit more soft in regards to that position. So here I have the morphic field, which is a ball with the water inside. And I also have here planets, representing some of the planets. And also I have here the little dolls that will be able to float in the water. They can represent either lifetimes and ancestrals in this incarnation or in other systems. So if you see here, we have lady, old lady, we have a baby, and a dark woman, we have the children as well, some representations of the house, the question mark. Here we have money, a little dog, a ring. We have another under a cat. So more babies. And those ones are kind of neutral ones. I also sometimes, when I don't have proper prop to represent that specific thing that I want to put on the morphic field, I just use white paper with written whatever that represents. Dear ancestors, I know you faced difficult destinies in your time to gain access to knowledge. It was dangerous to know even a little more during the era in which you lived. Many paid with their lives, and others had to remain silent to stay alive. I feel that these events in some way have reached me and many of my family members. We have been afraid to move forward in life, but now I am aware that everything happened in its time, and I can do things differently now. With your permission and blessing, I accept your lives, everything in totally, for the price it costs you and me. Regardless of what happened in the past, life was preserved. These are different times now. It's safe to seek knowledge. It's now allowed to access new knowledge. I thank you for life. I follow life, and I will do something good with it to honor you. Now, I move forward towards the future. I honor life and the strength that comes from my ancestors. I expand my perception of the world, and now I can grow, move forward with my purpose, and express my true self. So now that we have asked permission for our ancestors to start the session, the morphic field, I'm going to position the camera just in a way that we can see the movements that's going to happen in the water. And I also have here all my props and dolls. I like to leave them a little bit aside so they're not going to interfere directly in the morphic field, in the field. And we are going to feel and follow the movements, the natural movements. As I said before, we are going to explore the area in my chart, which is between the 3rd and the 4th house, with my stellium, Moon, Uranus, Pluto, and IC in Virgo. I really hope you take the most of this session. Thank you. To start with, I'm going to choose a little doll to represent myself, Simone, in this lifetime. So now I'm in the field, just feeling and moving. One of the most important things during the constellation in the water is to observe where it's looking to. So if you notice here, I'm looking in that direction. So it looks like I'm looking into something further. I'm going to put in here something that is going to represent that dragon lineage, which I'll just read down Draco, and I just drop on the field. If you see, when I did drop, my hands were quite spontaneous. So, oh look, I'm getting closer. I'm moving, slightly looking into that thing. Not really looking yet, but I felt that she's moving around. Just need to say that there is no air current here. Even though if it was influencing the movement, it wouldn't affect, because that's called natural elements that can change the morphic field, because sometimes this field can be stagnated with no movement, and that means that something from outside needs to come to make the movement. You know, that can mean a lot in our lives, because sometimes we get into a stage where we are unable to move forward, and we need something, a push from outside, yeah? But if you see, I went straight to there. I want to know a little bit more about this Draco lineage. If it's the... So, the North Pacific, Draco. It was very spontaneous. And the Pacific ones. So you see, the Pacific ones went straight to me and got very united to me. And the North Pacific ones, they just dropping on top of the Draco. So that tells me that there was something that happened here. There was something that happened in that past life. It did affect my life back then. That I don't know what kind of trauma it's related to that. And it's interesting because I'm still looking into something there. I'm still looking into something beyond. And it's, that beyond, it's beyond this. So that makes me think that maybe my lineage, it's even before the Cuban Draco. There was something even before, and it was connected to what came before the Pacific Dracos, the Pacific Dragon lineage, what came before here. As I don't know, and I'm going to put a planet, although it says Uranus here, I'm not going to point that I'm looking into to see if that can bring some harmonization. I don't know what this planet is. It's a blue planet. It's a blue planet that's where my origin comes from. There's some connections in here. I believe that group of Pacific Dragon lineage that were maybe captured by Draco. Whenever your lineage was interrupted, it was broken, whatever the connections, according to the family constellation, whatever the connections were broken, for some reason I was excluded, I was taken off of this group here, they can create a lot of trauma and difficulties. And for a lot of times, that really can affect their life in the present moment, because I haven't cleared, it's like I'm longing for that connection and for what was primarily left there. Really the Dracos that I had life with, it wasn't the good ones. So, but I don't want to look into this. I don't want to, I feel that it's like I've been betrayed by this. And I'm accessing here that there is a lot of pain. So one of the ways that we clear and that we bring, because it's also like I don't want to look into life. I don't want to looking into whatever is in the earth. So I'm going to put the earth in here. I'll put the earth in here. And I'll see my movements that about me in my incarnation right now. You see, it's making a little movement, and I'm slightly moving and changing, but still not really, it's kind of I'm observing, but at the same time, I feel that I'm not belonging to the Earth planet. And it's interesting because I know that all the starseeds, we have this feeling of not belonging to where we are right now, it's a common feeling, because we're looking into that connection that we lost because it was too dramatic, too abrupt. We had to cut this connection. One of the important things in the constellations, the water, it's what they call the healing statements. So as I speak here and I try to bring some light into myself, that will help me to release the traumas created by the negative beings, and that just rupture that happened with me in my past life with these other galaxy planet. I don't know exactly what it is at the moment, still don't know, but I'm getting to that. It's something that it's watery. So my intuition is kind of opening each time more as I access the morphic field and I get the information. And by using the healing statements, that will help myself to release all the subconscious trauma that has been created by these ones. And she's moving. You know, she wants to move. She wants to, finally be here in the present. Because the fact that I'm not grounded in my life here, it brings me a lot of issues in regards to that stellium that I have between the third and fourth house related to my survival in the planet. And I struggle with prosperity because it's like money, it's something that prosperity, everything that is related with money, with the earthly, it's very difficult for me. So I'm trying to change my life now and bring that connection between the cosmic, the higher dimensions, and the third dimension, things that sometimes I have difficulty to look into, like prosperity, money. Not that I'm not prosperous, because I know that I am, but I have difficult, now I've been struggling because I left Australia February 2024, and I came back to Brazil where my family is, where my origin in the earth is, exactly to be able to work with all the unsolved traumas that I had. So life me brought back into here. But I still don't have my own house in here. I'm still, jumping from one place to other place. So life is still a bit of disconnected in a way. And I know that all this disconnection it's linked to that difficulty that I have to be grounded on earth, be here, be in the present moment. So I'll bring this, you see that I don't even look into that prosperity, and I'm kind of stuck, and I'm quite kind of still stagnated on that connection there. So I ask for the ancestors to give me strength to move forward, to look into my life right now, and to embrace. I feel I need to put in here, in the field. I feel I need to put in a being. I don't know who she is, but I feel that she's coming along to give support, to tell me that now I can look into my life right now, and in that I can access that prosperity, that all be fine, that I'm not alone. And eventually, I will come back to where I was, to where I came from. Eventually, life will bring me back. But now, I'm incarnated here on earth. And now, I'm ready. I'm ready to start my life again. I'm ready to ground myself in life. I might need to forgive. And as a representation of forgive, I'll bring the heart. And I want to look into the forgiveness to what happened in the past in my life. I want to bring that forgiveness. Oh, you see, prosperity, it's getting close to me. And as I look into the prosperity, I know that I need to live that life and have a knowing that I'm never going to forget. But I'm ready to look forward. I'm ready to look into the future. I'm ready to look into what it's in earth. This life that I have here now, that's my life. I haven't lost the connections from the past. I still belong to this group. I'm still part of this group. And I bring with me all this love, all this peaceful connection. And yes, I will be able to forgive the Draco lineage for the trauma and drama that happened back then. And I'm able to ground myself in my life here again and have a new story and have a new life. And I know that I can release the trauma. I feel that it's like she is looking into that money, but the money is very close to her, but almost like a question mark. That money, it's the prosperity in general, because for me, I always had a difficulty make here a place to live. So that it represents the difficulty of ground myself on earth. And when I look into the money here, I feel that it's not that I'm looking into the money with an eyes of acceptance. So it came to me that I need to bring into the field acceptance. Acceptance for whatever happens. Acceptance because I had to leave this very peaceful place, and there was something that was forced in life because the Draco lineage somehow they capture me from that beautiful place, and because of that I don't want to look into my life in earth. And you see, like even the Dracos, they kind of getting closer, and that being that they moving, they bringing the acceptance to me. And then you're getting close to the Dracos. And acceptance, finally, it's near me. And I'm still looking into that connection. Sometimes during the whole process, the person that will be representing you is still going to be stagnated or paralyzed in the same position for longer. Or sometimes during the whole session, the person won't move at all. And I'm feeling here, that much more work has to be done until we really start to look into Earth in my life right now. So this kind of work, it can be done quite often, because every time I'm going to release a layer of the trauma that has been happened over there. It's like the onion, where we take layers off. And also, I can leave this field open for a few days, because during the days, things might happen that it can change, because we are working with subconscious. So it won't be forgotten. And also, it doesn't mean that if I decided to stay in the same position during the whole process, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to move forward. But it was the very first contact, so we have to be respectful as well, not just with my own choice of movement, but also with the connections that came before myself here. So finally, acceptance, it's coming closer. I really can see that how much I'm looking, and I feel that the question mark is still there. But now there's a bit more of acceptance along this, knowing that I can start to move forward my life now. Once I put my hands in here, which is called the catalectic hands phenomenon, I can feel the field. Messages, healing statement, and to accept my new life. So the message I've got, it's about awakening. So awakening. It is time to wake up. Step out of your routine and notice that's what's truly occurring around you. Don't be lured into complacency. Awaken your potential and power. Move, shake, and take action. You are opening to your true spiritual path. Your soul wants you to know the forces of the universe are propelling you in the direction of your destiny. You are awakening to your higher self and spiritual vibrations. This card appears when you're ready to be aware and notice things as they really are. Take off your blinders. See what's important in your life. Search for the essence of what's true, authentic, and real. I am joyously awake and aware and ready for anything. Yeah, I'm finally moving and looking into the acceptance now. And it's interesting that that being that guidance, that protector that I brought into the field, it kind of a step out of my own decision, because I believe that that's something that I need to integrate accept it's my work to do this. It's process of my awakening. It will be my choice to forgive for being taken off my peaceful origin, the place where I was before, into that line of in several incarnations to Earth. So to have a more complete, as we know, life doesn't change in one little second, yeah? So I feel that I just need a little bit more time to bring all the parts of myself together, and the forgiveness of the Draco, the negative ones. Dracos are getting closer. They want to be seen. Because it's a part of the constellation, even if you don't like in your ancestors, because they were part of my story as well. Even they were the negative ones, they were part of my story. And I can't just exclude them from my life. And they want to be understood. And that's the beauty of the family constellation, because it brings all the pieces together. Because even you don't accept that you have had some connections, we are all connected. So I need to look into them. It's not about me avoiding. It's not about not accepting that it's going to, because of the process of awakening. In the eyes of God, there is no good or bad. So it's kind of that separation that we have in mind, that there is only the light. So we need to accept that there is the shadow as well. So it's bring all parts of, because I have my shadows. And those shades are represented on my chart through that Pluto, going through all the layers of shadow on your subconscious. To have plenitude in life, it's knowing what are the dark spots in my subconscious that I need to see. So I'm still in the process of acceptance. I feel here that I won't be moving much more. I'm going to leave the field like this to keep vibrating, and I'm sure that that's going to create a huge difference in my life. But it's a door that has been opened, and once the door has been opened, there are many things that can happen, and I'll leave as it is for today. And now I'm just going to finish with a prayer of liberation from the system. Thank you, dear parents, grandparents, and all the ancestors for having woven my path. Immense gratitude for the vastness of your dreams, which in some way are now my reality. From this point, and with much love, I bring light to the sadness that existed in the past generations. I bring light to the anger, the premature departures, the unspoken names, the tragic destinies. I bring light to the arrow that cut paths and made the journey easier for us. I bring light to the joy, the stories repeated many times. I bring light to the unspoken and the family secrets. I bring light to the stories of violence and rupture between couples, parents, and children, and between siblings, and may time and love reunite them. I bring light to all the memories of limitation, poverty, to all the disempowered and negative beliefs that permeate my family system. Here and now, I sow a new hope joy, unity, prosperity, surrender, balance, and courage, faith, strength, overcoming, love, love, and love. May all past and future generations now, in this moment, be covered with a rainbow of lights that heal and restore the body, soul, and all relationships. May the strength and blessing of each generation always reach and flood the following generation. So now I just want to thank you, everyone. As I said before, there might be another layers that I need to work until I completely release all the trauma. There was quite a few. And I want to put myself available to everybody that wants to know a little bit more about the connections and bring not just the knowledge of where you come from, what are your soul origins, but to know a little bit more on that layer. It is a process of continuous learning, continuous awakening, and thank you so much.
So this concludes day 4 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit. I hope you found many valuable gems in the 6 different unique presentations that you witnessed. I hope you wrote down plenty of notes and that you will take time to review them throughout the year 2025 and beyond. May they serve you well. And I hope you will also follow up on any impulse, any inspiration you may be feeling about connecting with any of the speakers that touch your heart and soul the most. Perhaps there is more there for you, so enjoy the journey as you learn more about your own soul's evolutionary journey through cosmos. I also want to share that if you go to the practitioners page on my website, juliabalaz.com, practitioners, you will find at the end of each practitioner's listing a link to beautiful podcast where I interviewed every single one of them, and they had an opportunity to share their unique journey through the ascension process, their own expansion of consciousness. Many of them shared difficult upbringing and really challenging life stories. It feels like every single one of us have gone through great adversity that served as the blessing in disguise, eventually preparing us for the path of a guide for others who are a few steps behind us. So many of them also shared about their unique galactic astrology placements in their birth charts. It's just, again, such a beautiful way of exploring how understanding our galactic alignments can bring profound clarity and validation on our journey, propelling us towards the path of our highest potential. So I invite you to continue engaging with our community, getting to know the practitioners, even the group that is beyond the speakers on this year's summit. We have now over 70 certified practitioners. Most of them were interviewed on the Galactic Ambassadors podcast. So I hope you can continue enjoying the content that we share on our Galactic Astrology channel. If you spend the day with us live, thank you so much for your wonderful feedback and comments, for interacting with our community, making the live forum a vibrant, enjoyable space. We really, really appreciate your love and support and excitement for the Galactic Astrology topic. It's such an honor to share this space with you. Thank you for joining us, and also thank you for the love and joy and excitement to all the viewers that will watch this in replay. Let's stay connected. See you tomorrow.
of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of love is here now. Power of now is here now. Power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.